So that's bothering you, is it, Pete?
Well, only because I got it all. I very carefully, rearranged the ports on my ATEM and very carefully numbered and wired out new cables and said, you know, this is port one on the deck link, this is port eight on the deck link. And you'd think you just hook them up one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, but no, they are they are in interesting pairs, and it's not obvious what the pairs are. You really have to pay attention to what it's not even in the manual. You have to pay attention to what the setup program is doing
Well,
for the
Pete,
deck.
did you make an assumption by any chance?
Well, being the engineer who used to design electronics for a living, I kind of understood what I thought were good engineering practices. Yeah, yeah. And it would be like if you looked at the back of a computer and saw, four HDMI ports in a row and found out they were numbered one, three, two, and four.
You're just not used to doing things agile. If you did them agile, you just stick any cable into anywhere and then figure out what's producing what and then name or number them after that.
Well, that's exactly what I ended up doing. Um, but no, it was just annoying, you know. Have you figured out how to use your Stream Deck Plus with the knobs yet?
Yeah, that's working well. Put it this way, Frank, thank you very much for this. I don't know if you've got your headsets on, you probably can't hear me.
Excuse the interruption again. You all are hearing music, right?
Nope.
No, we can hear you, we can hear each other.
But no music. Okay, let me see where I am on those meters. I'm at 27, 24. All right, 26. Boy, it's very low today. I don't understand it. Do you think the
Let me
meters
just
are
do
accurate?
let me do a quick test. 1, 2, 1, 2. They look as if they're slightly low, but they're coming in with a delay. Let me just check why that's happening.
I hear something faint musically.
Yes.
Now I hear it.
Sorry about that.
From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late.
Great music.
But way too long.
Capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functions. Fun, engaging way.
Our theme song will never be too long. Never.
Who did that?
Suno. And who did the words first?
I did them on Grok.
Who did them?
It's Robert.
I did them on Grok.
Okay. And
no.
then he showed them to us, and then the same day, I was going to do a song for it by the next week, but no, the same day.
Don't wait. You can't wait.
No, you can't wait.
You can't wait. Let's say hi to people real quick.
Hi.
And then hi. And then I have something that I'd be willing to most of you haven't seen to show off, which is kind of cool. And it's Zoom related. Peter Sargent, how you doing, sir?
Good. Good. As I was telling Robert before the show started, I was cursing out Black Magic earlier today as because I installed a brand new DeckLink Quad 2 in my Mac, and only to find out that the ports are not used and numbered sequentially.
How did you install that in a Mac? Do you had like in a Sonnet box or something?
No, I have a 2022 Mac Pro.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
So it just slides in. It just kind of, open up the
Gotcha.
case, slide it in, works
Yep.
fine.
What does that have to do with Black Magic?
The Black Magic card
The part is
doesn't, the part is made by Black Magic,
Okay.
right? And it doesn't, when you go to hook it up, if you, and as I was telling Robert earlier, I very carefully made room on my switcher and ran out 8 cables, numbered them, 1 to 8, went to plug them in, said, well, one, it's either left to right or right to left.
Why?
They're not. They're random. They're not really random, but there's like 1 is next to 5 and 4 is next to 2.
that's perfect.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
the
why
only-
that would. I don't know why you would have found that confusing.
As the guy who used to design computers for a living and,
You
had
found
to
it
listen,
confusing.
I found it confusing. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Sababity. How did I do on the
Hey.
last name? I
Very
got in trouble
good.
for not using your last name last week.
Yes, I remember that. I was going to tell you that the right pronunciation is Sababity Babbity Boo.
Sababity. That I can remember. That I will never
Are
forget.
you relation to Bippity Bippity Body Boo?
Oh, one big family.
How you doing, Robert?
I'm good. Just
That was a hesitation.
yeah, just like Peter, I'm a bit. I'm sort of torn between 2 places at the moment because I've been trying to get a media player to run parallel different images and different audio from one machine. And I had some recommendations from last week, and I did a build out, and I had it up and running, and it crashed today, and so I was very disappointed. So I've been looking through for new recommendations, so I'll be working on that. But on the other hand, I also have something interesting to share with you on Zoom, which is Zoom related. So we'll
Oh,
get to that
great.
in a minute.
All right,
After you,
fantastic.
I'm standing in the queue.
Mike, how you doing, sir?
Doing good. How was the week for everybody?
It was good over here. Thank you for the
Rainy.
heads up about the music. I don't know why that was weird. I had to change my thing. I appreciate
Did you
it.
modify? Did you blow it away? Tell me. Tell the
No, that
truth.
was last week. No, that was last week. And so far, everything's running okay. I'm at 50% CPU right now with Zoom running and Synergy with a bunch of stuff running. So I'll take it. And my temp's only 180. By the way, iStat menus is fantastic. I don't know why, and it's free. I don't know why I didn't install it earlier, but to just have that right in my menu bar is really just fantastic.
By the way, I sent you an email concerning your config and your USB load. I don't know if you've
Yes.
managed to read into
I
it.
did. So so there was a whole bunch in there about these the hubs,
Correct.
right? Yeah, those powered hubs. So I've got a CalDigit. What do I have? I've got a Cal. In this one, I've got. No, I don't have a CalDigit in this one. Sorry, I have 2 OWCs in this one that I'm using with this one. So these are not crummy. What I said in the email was, you need to upgrade to a higher quality hub.
But the point of that email was, I didn't know this, but there is a correlation between the power delivery from the hub to the Mac Mini, which affects your processor usage, which is something new to me. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you have a tremendous amount of IO, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do other than that's the conundrum, is when you've got a lot of IO and you need to plug it all in, and even a Mac Studio just doesn't have enough ports.
Can't the Mac Mini be powered directly from electricity instead of through a computer?
No, Mac Mini is a computer, so the Mac Mini plugs into the wall itself. We're talking about hubs.
Well, I thought you said you were going to plug the Mac Mini into the hub.
Oh, no. No. Although You probably could. I mean, you can't with the Mac Mini because it has a dedicated power, but you probably could. I mean,
don't-
my MacBook Pro is powered off of a hub, so
But
that
it doesn't
works.
have to be.
It doesn't have to be. That's true
Yeah.
because it's got a built-in battery. Yeah. You know who else has a built-in battery? Frank.
Good day.
I don't know. How
Why
are you,
does he
sir?
have a built-in battery?
I'm good. How are you?
I don't know. I just love seeing him. That's all. Good to see you, Gerald, the solution man.
Hi,
How
everyone.
you doing?
Good.
Oh,
It's been a
goodness, you
while
are
since I've
purple
been
today.
I'm away from my Zoom studio that Robert helped me set up. So I have a lower res camera and in my big comfortable purple chair.
Well, I mean, you should, as far as I'm concerned, with that shirt and that chair, you should never go back to your Zoom studio. That's just fantastic.
Well, it is really comfortable, and I spend hours a day on Zoom. And so when I have a meeting with a group of people, I'll go and go to the Zoom studio. And I'm happy to report that going on 5 years now that I've had my artificial intelligence innovation summits. I started out by myself on Zoom meetings and then migrated to Zoom webinar and then migrated to Robert Sababati and created an event that continues to go on each month. We get about 500 people on Zoom webinar, and it's been going on very well. We have an event next Thursday. If you want to see Robert's production value, you can do that.
I actually would. How can one join?
Can you put
this?
it in the chat for us?
Yeah,
Sure.
I actually would love to come. All right, we'll let you put that in the chat. That's awesome. And that voice, by the way, was Lois Richter. Hello, Lois.
Hello, David.
How are you?
You asked how things were here. It rained. We had our first actual
Congratulations.
storm for, between 1 and 2 inches of rain for the last couple of days. And that's
Well, there you go. We'll
that's
take
good.
it.
It means the winter's here for us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hasmuk is already half asleep. He's in bed, half asleep.
You see, some crazy parts of the world decide to change a clock. How do you change a clock? Why would you change a clock? A clock is a clock, you know? So anyway, this test kitchen commenced 9 o'clock in the evening, my time, before you decided to change the clock. So now it's 10 o'clock my time.
Aye.
And last week was 10 o'clock. I almost fell asleep at my desk. So I said I might as well make myself useful and get into bed. And if I fall asleep, nobody
You
will
fall
notice.
asleep. Yeah, just
Yeah,
make sure to
exactly.
mute yourself if you're going to snore. That's all.
I'm sure your wife really enjoys that.
Well, there's okay, that's a sore point. So now there's another second reason for that. Is this Wednesday I'm going for my shoulder op, so I'm going to be in a sling.
Gotcha.
So I'm practicing the bed stuff now.
Mhm.
And my wife is practicing to nurse me. So this is why we have this set up.
You know, I might be having surgery at some point in the future. I think my wife and I should practice the bed stuff and the nurse stuff.
I'll send you my book.
Just okay.
I
Thank
think
you. Just to
everyone
make
should
sure.
do that. If you've got a partner,
Every once in a while, just just let
and
them
then
take
take
care of you.
turns. Who's the
Yeah,
nurse? and who's the-
absolutely take turns. Yeah, absolutely.
I know I'm going to get in trouble in the USA, but I'm relishing to this being nursed for a couple of weeks.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you.
Tony Mobley also deserves some tender loving care, some TLC. How you doing, Tony?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. What an amazing conversation from last night. I'm so grateful that you and Lois and everyone was able to be there. Thank you.
Thank you for creating the atmosphere for a positive conversation.
You got it. You got it. All right. So I will show off first and then Robert. So this is something that is brand new on the 26.2 beta on Mac. So in order for this to work, I'm actually going to have to use my phone to show you. So bear with me for a second. Where the heck is my mouse? I've
Hiding in
lost,
the
for
bushes.
the
Yep.
love of God, I've lost my mouse. There it is. Okay. But here we go. All right. So I'm going to put this up here. All right. So I am in a different meeting over here. Actually, I've got our meeting behind, but this is a different meeting. And what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to try and find my mouse. I'm sorry it's so jumpy, everyone. So this is what's new in Mac OS. So you know this green camera up here that we all cannot stand because it does strange things to our video feed. Well, there's a new option here called Edge Light, which adds a ring light to your screen. And it will turn on automatically when you're in dark, when it's dark. So if I'm going to put it on automatic and I'm going to turn my studio lights off and let's see if it turns on. So it still thinks there's enough light here. Let me get rid of this.
Well, we can see you very well. There must be lots of light.
No, but it's not. See, it's not turning on. That's interesting. I don't know why.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. So it detects when there's not enough light, when you're on when the camera's on in a Zoom call or any other call for that matter. So it's not. And it adds a ring light. I'm sorry, it's so jumpy. It's hard to look at two different screens. It adds a ring light to your screen, which I think is interesting. And
Is that only if you're using dark mode?
No. It has nothing to do with dark mode.
Okay.
It has to do with the lights. If there's enough light in your room, right? So it's looking at the amount of light in your room, and it's it's a little bit like not continuity camera. The camera, that when the camera follows you, it's that type of thing. It's keeping an eye on you and then trying to help your video calls look better. So that's what it's doing.
Can you show yourself? Because you've got that share screen, so we can't really see the screen. You can close the share.
There we go. Now, bear in mind that I still have my studio lights on, so I don't really need this now, but all right, let me change my camera back because my hand's about to fall off. But I think that's a really interesting thing that they're putting into Mac OS to, again, make our Zoom calls and other calls, FaceTime calls, look better than they did before. Frank, you wanted to jump in.
Why would you say that looks better when it puts a ring light up there and it's going to glare on your glasses and it's going to look ugly?
Not everyone wears glasses, and lots of people don't have any lights. So when you have no lights, some light is better than no light. It looks like you can color balance it.
Yes.
It looked like there was a slider.
Yes, you can. There's both intensity and what's it called? Yellow to blue. There's
Hue.
So yes, hue. Thank you. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting. If people, again, this is for those of us who don't want our computers sort of taking over our camera looks and doing weird things to them. This little, I know for Mac, at least with Ecamm, that little camera icon in the menu bar has been the death of many, many people because it changes things and no one can figure out why. But they're adding this in, and I don't know. I think it's at the very least, it's an interesting addition. So, Robert, what you got? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Peter?
Oh, what I was going to say is one of the things that's interesting when you change the intensity of the edge light, what it actually does is widen the white light. So the perimeter thickens. That light that's going around thickens.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, now I want to look at that.
Rather
Well-
than brightening, right?
Well, that way we'll be showing more white light, but
Right. But the light
Oh,
itself.
look at
is-
that. Yeah. Interesting. Wait, I'll show that. That's actually worth taking it. That's an interesting implementation. You're right. Goodness gracious, I'm having the hardest time finding my mouse today. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Would you like me to lend you a cat?
That's very thoughtful of you. Thanks. All right, got it. Here we go. Okay. So, and again, I apologize for my shaky hand. So here we go with, I don't know if someone wants to spotlight me, but I can't do it right now. I only have two hands. So if I go up here and I want to change, let me move these guys out of the way again. And I want to change the, so if I make it bigger or the intensity bigger, it makes that wider. That's actually a really interesting way that they did that. And then here's the hue.
yeah. Well, they can't. They couldn't easily change the true intensity of the screen.
I mean, they could turn
They
the
could,
pixels
but I
down,
think it
though.
would annoy people. This is a more intelligent way to do it.
Right.
You
It
think
just
so?
says more
Yeah.
more white pixels coming your way.
Right. Huh. Very interesting.
And there's no ads in the white space.
David, are they taking suggestions?
I don't know.
They
Do you
take
have
them.
one?
That doesn't mean they're going to do them.
Well, the only thing that automatically came to me was that putting in the Kelvin number.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Although
that it would be nice if you could actually dial it into a specific K.
yeah, but guys. This is not for people who have even heard of Kelvin. I mean, this is for the people who it's by default it's set to automatic. And so it's just going to turn on. People are going to be pleasantly surprised that they now have light when their room is dark. They're not going to even, I don't know.
Now, here's the important question, David. Was it on by default when you installed the latest version?
So there is no off that I can see. There is automatic or manual.
And the answer to your question, Mike, because I installed it as well, is no, it's not on by default.
But how do you, I don't even know how to turn, it's on
No, you
automatic.
can't. No, but I mean, well, when you bring it up that panel, it gives you this suggestion how to do it.
No, but the only options are automatic or manual.
Right.
There
And
is
if
no
it's
off.
the icon will turn it on and off.
If you've chosen it, you get controls. And
Right.
if you haven't chosen it,
Oh,
it's
I'm
not
sorry.
on.
I understand now. Right. Okay. Yes, he's correct. You click. I apologize. You click on the icon. All I was doing is clicking on the words, which is bringing down the sub menu. Thank
Right.
you. Yeah. Cool.
David, is that exclusive to any particular Mac OS?
It's in the 26.2 beta, the public beta, 26.2.
Thank you.
I think it's public, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, public.
So I have a question for our gallery. Who is Meters and what is that all about?
Yeah, that's me. I'm in twice. One is in meters, and last week I mentioned that I'm capturing my meters and putting them in through a ATEM Mini and pushing them back through a media device. And so I capture them in meters and push them out through a different user. So I can change that user to whatever I want it to be, whatever is displaying on the screen. So it's me.
I bet you're the mouse that didn't get found, right? That Meters thing. Isn't that the mouse? The missing mouse?
No.
But I actually want
You know
to
what
tell
it
you
is?
about something that you haven't been able to find recently, David. and
What's
it's
that?
in Zoom. Remember recently you said that it's been really difficult to find uh, the sound for musicians.
Yeah, I know where it is. It's just you're right. It's down below and it's in a different place and it's
No, but there's something else that has changed in all of these reconfigs that have been taking place. And my find for this week is that if you set the sound for musicians on in the settings of the Zoom workplace and then go into a meeting, then that position will come on the screen and you just have to toggle it on and off.
Hold on, say that one more time.
It's an interesting one. If you go into your Zoom workplace and you switch sound for musicians on,
Then you can
Okay.
choose it in the meeting.
then when you go into the meeting, you already get it up on your screen and you just switch it on and off. You don't have to go into the settings in your meeting.
It's up
Right.
in the corner
No, but
by view.
no, but there is no on it. That isn't an on and off anymore. That's all that is an indicator on the top. Try and click it. It doesn't do anything. The only way to change it now is, unless they've updated something, is from the audio settings.
Mine switches on and off when I click on it.
Are you
Really?
current? Are you current?
Let me tell you how current I am.
Yeah, because mine doesn't.
.5.12.
Yeah, you're behind that. It's in the menu I posted in the chat now. It's it used to be you had to enable it and then you had to activate it. That was the old behavior.
Oh yeah, you're way behind. We're up to 6.6.6 now. So that's yeah. So wait, are you using ISO or OSC or vanilla Zoom?
That is OS. What is it? That is that's vanilla Zoom.
Interesting. So because I see what you're seeing, the old behavior when I do Ecamm for Zoom, because the SDK hasn't been updated with that change yet. And I'm so happy that I don't have that change yet, because if I wanted to, like at the beginning of this meeting, what I'm used to doing is if I'm playing music, I look up and I just click the button and I say turn on original audio because I have it set up in the back. Now, and I always forget in this meeting, and I have to go down, I have to find the mic thing, I have to click there, I have to scroll down to the bottom of and then turn it on down there.
Okay, maybe that's what it is then.
Yeah.
Can you make a keyboard shortcut for that action?
So that's actually a great question. I've been asking for them to have a hotkey for original audio for a long time, and they have one of those. There is a way to do it through Zoom OSC to toggle it, or at least there was to toggle it on or off. But I don't use OSC as my main machine, and I really need it for my main machine. So, as far as I know, and as far as I've been told, there isn't yet. Real quick, I just want to say hello, Fred. How are you?
Trying to get my
Take your
mic to
time.
turn on. I'm on an iPhone. I'm in the truck. I am in Cincinnati, Ohio.
And look at all those cables.
Oh, here, let me flip you around here. Let me see.
That's a rack.
Hold on. Hold on. How do I do this on the phone? Come
I
here.
have no idea. While you're
It's a
doing that,
pain.
I'm just going to say a quick hello to John Drinkwater. Hello, John.
Hi, and to answer your question, the original sound is in the SDK, so if they can be bothered, they can put it in their software.
I would like them to not do that, please. So shh. And Josh Kaufman, how you doing, sir?
Hello.
It's been such a long time. It's so good to see you.
Found my way in.
Welcome.
I was watching your virtual presence give me the introductions there in a waiting room.
Oh, Yeah. All right, Fred, take us on the tour.
All right. So I am
Wow.
in this is my football truck. This is my my desk. I get to work college football. Let me step out of the door here a little bit so I can show you more of the room. There we go. So here's the actual room.
That's a lot of wires.
And that's all my IO patching over here, the RTS computer, and then my desk.
Gotta space out your wires and buttons. It's causing a little moire in the camera.
These are all the feeds that are going out to Los Angeles. That one, and that one, and I guess it's just those two. Thought there were more. Oh yeah, there's three. There's another one there. And then these are all my camera feeds over here. So yeah. So I was just chilling, waiting for them to come back. They were having some issues in Los Angeles. So I was just waiting, and I logged on to I always get the YouTube link, but I don't get the Zoom Test Kitchen email anymore. And Michael in the background said that you're not sending them out. You're doing that on Discord.
So are you all alone in this truck with all those buttons? And
Oh, no. Well, no. Here, let me take you on a tour of the truck. So this
That's
is
huge.
this
That
is
is huge.
So
Yeah.
this is the graphics area, but our production lady sits here. And this would normally be like another graphics area. Technical director would sit up there. Director would sit here. Producer would sit there. AD would sit there. Big monitor wall. And back
Fred, this is
here in
this is
EVS
18
land, this is
Yeah, Fred,
Dave. He's doing the two replays that we have. It's normally set up for 5 operators. You go up here in the front, there's more stuff, but being as we're our Remy, this is just other space. And then because we're in a 4K truck, they have this big 4K TV here that we could watch return stuff on. And then Andrew's hanging out over here fixing stuff. It's one of the engineers. And we got Carl back here in engineering doing his thing. And then back here is the video department where they shade all the cameras and make everything all pretty. We have a guest video operator today. So right now, I think the only one that's working is the end zone camera. Like, so I'm going to show you Cincinnati here.
so your room up front is the audio room?
Yeah, so if I go back down here, so this is an expando. So normally the semi-trailer stops about here, and this whole side of the truck blows out. So we can walk down here, and I can walk past all of this stuff. And that's my room. Then this door goes outside, and the B unit is over here. That's our generator, dual generator / B unit. And that's it. We're in Cincinnati here. Look, I can show you some of the buildings. Conservatory of Music and the Ralph Corbett Audio Production Center. So yeah, that's my day.
So no, you're not alone.
You're not alone. Not bad play-by-play. Oh, I guess we're gonna check some headsets here. So let me go back to work. I gotta sit down. We're on an incline here, so my chair's rolling around.
Thanks for showing us around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's incredibly cool.
There we
Thanks
flip
for the
this
tour,
back.
Fred.
You're welcome.
What's Andy's last name in audio?
I think he went back to work.
Andy, I'm sorry, Andy who?
Andy in audio. I think I may know him.
Oh, Andrew. He's the E2 second engineer on the truck. He's back in video maintenance area.
Okay.
Fred, you back?
Yeah, Michael, what's up?
Oh, we got the Tony is on play-by-play, and we have the live view.
Okay. Do you have tone on the Armageddon?
I got tone on both of them.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna. I was on the Zoom test kitchen. I was giving everybody the tour, so I'm gonna jump off of them for a second. Give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
See you later.
That
was
was
pretty
so
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
Just to let everybody know, that is a fairly standardized ESPN regulated, Fox regulated broadcast truck that Fred's in right now for sports.
It may be standard, but it still looks like a lot of fun.
It's always, yeah.
He could always use one more stream deck, right?
Yes, stream
Hey,
deck
John.
truck. How are you, John?
Doing great. The termites are gone.
Termites?
Yeah, I've been out of my house for a number of days as we tended it for termites.
Oh.
They were
Oh, my
living with
goodness.
us.
Oh dear.
Oy.
And now
That's
they've
not
been
good.
evicted.
That's right, like the Hotel California.
All right. Beautiful. So what else do we what's on our agenda for today, folks? What are we working on? What I was thinking about, by the way, when I made the cover art was actually what we just saw is fantastic, is the complexity of Zoom can be such a complex beast because it does so much. And yet at the same time, it is serving people who have many people who have very simple needs. So I was thinking about that dichotomy. But Frank and Josh, go for it.
Two quick comments. One is there are release notes available for 6.10. And I didn't expect you to say that little monologue there, but I just read an article about the guy who wrote the first Zoom for Dummies book. He was bemoaning the fact that Zoom has become such a behemoth of a suite, and he doesn't like it. Frankensuite, I think he called it, and he wants them to release it as separate apps instead of one cohesive suite. You're muted.
You're muted, Dave. David, you're muted.
Sorry, you mean Docs is a separate app and Notes is and like that? Yeah.
Yep. He said if he was offered the chance to write the book again, he wouldn't undertake it.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean the power of we've talked about this before. The power of all of these things is when they actually do work together, right? When the AI can reference past meetings and your meetings can generate docs for you and when that all works together. So I don't know how you can disassemble one or disassociate one from the other, but
Maybe he means he wants a Zoom Lite for people who don't want to use all the fancy stuff.
The article is in the chat. If you want to read it, you can
Oh,
draw your own
fantastic.
conclusions.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. That's great. But yeah, haven't we also talked about a Zoom Lite? The idea of sort of having a toggle that allows you to turn off the fancy stuff and just have a basic experience. Interesting. Josh, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I was trying to funnel people into the Zoom chat and Q&A because of the Zoom Graphics Toolkit is of interest to me. So getting live attendees to running them too. John, thanks for your reply, by the way. I was going to reply back to you. I reached out to John a little bit too for that end. It can be a little circuitous. I was tempted to come up with a less friction way. I know all of us have the Zoom app and are signed in under our phones, but if you happen to be the 80% or the 20th percentile that needs the most tech support, it's mostly the lift of them logging in, getting the right app, logging into the right address, the usual barriers to entry. So live attendees, I suppose the best way is to sort of give them a heads up and a perhaps infographic or best case scenario to navigate. So when you have in-person attendees, they're able to join in the chat. That way, if I'm taking in Zoom graphics from the chat and the Q&A, they're contributing in the same stream that we're able to pull from. So that was my impetus to try and get folks sort of prepared so they get the QR code and jumped into the system and without having to do a whole lot of tech support on the day of. I don't know if anyone has any good info screens or nice instruction sets condensed. That's a good, best case scenarios. The only alternative to that would be some type of low friction case. With office hours, there's a QR code that when you snap that, you put your comment and your location and you push send. So it's a little considerably can be more friction if someone has to verify their Zoom credentials / Zoom, join Zoom / join with the correct credentials / download the app / that whole getting them over the hump, as it were.
So Josh, if I understand you correctly, you're referring to all of the Microsoft Teams users who don't use Zoom, and they have to go through that process today.
Well, let's like the 80-20 rule, right? The 80% of your support is for 20% of your users, right? So I don't know, like all of my tools, I wanted to get like a plain blank slate experience. I was looking for a device that I could start from scratch from the QR code and just kind of go through the steps of signing in under a new address and creating things. And I'm like, every one of my apps has Zoom already installed on it and is logged in. Like, that's no fair. Like, that's not the test case I'm looking for. But the 20% is the heavy support ticket side. So I thought of possibly doing an easy, low friction sort of jump service, but then it requires sort of ferrying those things into it. And it is a real nice experience once someone does get on that they can, be in person, can be in the same group chat and the same pool as everyone else and virtually. So there's that value add.
Any other feedback or thoughts?
I did some of this work a long time ago but I don't want to share it with you, Josh, because the apps looked different, the process was different, the screen layouts were different. I mean, I think it's something that needs to be done from fresh.
Yeah, I thought about the browser workflow. So like I was thinking, well, maybe I just avoid having them have to go to their app store / Play Store for the appropriate app and log in. So I tried navigating it, just doing the browser side login. And Zoom really doesn't want you, like they'll offer it, but that is not the big button, is not to go to the browser. The big button is to download the app or to load the app or join via Zoom. So you have to really explicitly, if you want to keep people on the browser path, you have to really explicitly like highlight the little text that says join in browser.
There's a setting in Zoom in the admin panel that can force your meeting to be browser only. And you can embed the password, a one password link. So they wouldn't even have to know the password, it would be in the link. You just have to be careful who you share the link with.
And you said that would cause the event to be browser only?
At least for meetings. I don't know if you're doing like sessions or events, but for meetings, you can do that for sure.
And sorry, the value of that is the simplification
Nothing
of the
to install. You don't even
right.
have to know the password if you do a one password embedded password link. I personally won't have meetings that don't have authentication, but that's just me, security conscious. But I mean, then maybe get less people, right?
And I could say we use that at our university at the beginning of semesters for getting people on, because you just send them that, you can get them into a Zoom room, and then you can walk them through what they need. Because Josh, as you said, that 20% or 10% are the hardest ones to serve. So we had students with very limited bandwidth, lack of current equipment, but could get onto a browser. And some of them we had no choice. They were going to be browser all along. They were shared machines and in various venues where that was all they had. But that was very effective for us because that prevented us from getting the Zoom bombing that was happening back at that time when Zoom things were showing up everywhere.
That's an interesting use case. So the idea is to have a dedicated meeting wherein you've eliminated Zoom app joining, and so everything is, they're not going to pop up and divert them away from the browser entrance then.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Browser users have less feature parity than the desktop app, so your experience will be somewhat diminished. You won't maybe be able to do everything you would do with people who all had the desktop app installed.
And our goal was to just get them in and migrate them to the desktop. But what this let us do was it meant these people only had to receive an email, which they had from the university. And that was the first step, sometimes even getting them to open an email. But once they opened the email, they were into that meeting. And we did have tech support for that. And sometimes this was all that they would have because the machine they had wasn't their machine. So we couldn't say, go load this machine. So it let us identify those edge cases, and you're never going to get all of them. Eventually, everybody from Teams will see the light and meet. We'll all join Zoom, but
Kumbaya.
So Josh,
I may be a little prejudiced about that, but just saying.
so Josh, you said something about all of your devices already have Zoom on it. Well, can't you take one of your devices that you're not using regularly and remove the Zoom app and then start over with that and record you're doing it with that? That would be a good training tool.
Yeah, I did that. I removed it from my iPad, and I think I didn't like restart it, but it still had a little bit of a glitch on it with the join for the second time, and I was able to get all the way through it, but like I say, it's the you always got to aim for the small browser link to stay on the path of browser purity there. Now, this particular event is a Zoom event, and the app, I believe, is only available for Zoom events and was sessions. Now it's Webinar Plus, right? I think those are the only instances where you can program a hybrid event that has an online portion to it. But I do think that simplified workflow is an interesting solve. I may file that away for another day.
And if you have, if you're able to record the how-to with demonstrating on your iPad or whatever, maybe you could make that available to people beforehand who want to get set up on Zoom and just don't know how. I mean, I made one of those training things, but this was so long ago that everything's changed. And you have to have something that was made within the last month or two, or you aren't sure if what they've got is what is on the video.
Yeah, like a device that I could screen capture would probably be helpful for that and useful.
Hey,
I thought about the difference between like sort of teetering back and forth. Maybe just download the app. It is kind of straightforward if it has the app and the experience is kind of useful. But I was trying to eliminate. Well, I figured that's one less stop to the apps, their app store or their Play Store, and then having to verify and then put your passcode in and sign off for your, access granted. And
Are the folks that you're dealing with all local to each other? Is it a community group or is it spread all over?
Well, it's a hybrid. So there's a portion that are virtual and there's a portion that are going to be on site. So they're somewhat local to the event.
What I was thinking is something that I've done with one of our clubs is that if there are people who are knowledgeable, so I would go and I would meet with this person and say, okay, I'll do the one-time things and get you set up. And then I'll teach you how to do the anytime you're trying to get into a meeting thing. And that seemed to work pretty well because they didn't have to learn all of the one-time stuff. And if we practiced a little bit on getting in, then they could get in, and it was a class 3 days a week. So yeah, and they had my phone number, so I get these calls at 7 in the morning. Lois, I can't get on.
I teach you, you teach two people, they teach two people. There you go.
Oh, these folks, they aren't going to be teaching anybody, but they're going to be learning how to get on, and that was all I wanted to do.
Yeah, what I found interesting was with when I teach the scouts, if I'm teaching the most versatile people who figure this out the quickest are the Cub Scouts, which are the 8 to 11-year-olds. They have Zoom figured out.
They're good for
On the other
programming their
hand,
VCR too.
the other thing is I taught a course for the Coast Guard Auxiliary, John, and I can't tell you the number of calls I got trying to figure out how to read the meeting notice because they didn't understand time zones. And I would get joins at 2 a.m. and I go, just accept the meeting notice. It will tell you when to join.
The Coast Guard Auxiliary was interesting because also we had a group of civilians versus former military, and they were using 24-hour clocks, and that was a challenge, but
Yeah.
it was recoverable.
Hasbeck, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just maybe slightly related. Been asked to support a meeting next week at the hospital, and when they have Zoom meetings, they don't do any security checks. You know, there's no waiting room. There's no requirement to sign into your account before you join the meeting. So anyway, we scheduled the meeting today, and we had our usual, you have to be signed into your account to join the meeting. So I thought, let me test that since this is a big meeting. So I signed out of all my Zoom apps and portal as well, and I joined the meeting. And this is the message that Zoom delivered to me. It says, sign in to join this meeting. The host requires authentication on the commercial Zoom platform to join this meeting. Please sign in with a commercial Zoom account to join. And that kind of worried me when it said commercial Zoom platform and sign in with a
Don't worry.
commercial Zoom
Just means a
account.
paid account.
Does it? Does
Yes.
that mean anybody with a free account cannot join the meeting?
I don't know what's happening anymore, but at one point Zoom was giving free accounts that you had to secure with a credit card, even though you weren't being charged for it, just to validate who you were. I don't know how far they went with that, but
Well, the other one I know, because isn't there a HIPAA? I don't know if it applies to South Africa, but in the US, the HIPAA compliant version of Zoom won't let you come in on a free account.
yeah, there's lots of different kinds of Zoom accounts. There's government accounts and medical
Yeah.
accounts, and yeah.
I've noticed it's been a minute since I started a new Zoom account, and when I was guiding someone who had been invited under a certain email, which guess what, wasn't the email that they were logged into Zoom with, I'm like, okay, that's no problem. We'll just start you a free Zoom account. And Zoom's really kind of like, here, you can start a free trial. Do you want to start a free trial? I'm like, no, you don't need to pay to have a Zoom account. And eventually it was, but there are like just like trying to start on the browser, like starting the making sure that you don't want to start a free account, you don't want to add a payment to it, like you don't need to do this, but there's like 3 options and the little tiny one is the one that, never mind.
Yeah, just to avoid the number of support calls coming into the hospital team, I decided to remove that sign-in option. It's just gonna create too much confusion for folks who are accustomed to just joining a meeting without any security settings.
The only sort of heads up I was saying, we've had situations like this. If the Zoom is also very helpful, I would say, in these situations, they let us know when a link had gone public or onto the dark web. But when we know we have a meeting that has potential of having some issues, we assign people to be the watchdogs. So literally, they know exactly what to do. And when we've had to enter the meeting, you go to the shield and you can stop things immediately when you have a problem. So whenever we have anything where we feel we're at risk, as we do public meetings, there's areas where people have strong opinions and we have people who may want to disrupt. We'll make sure that we have somebody whose sole job is to provide that security watch.
Right. Interesting would be those who already have a free account. That means they've registered or created a free account before Zoom stepped in with new requirements. Would they be able to join without signing in? Would
I
they be
believe
joining?
anybody with a free account with a meeting that you're hosting should be able to get in, but my knowledge is only, US, but I know if you go to support.zoom and specifically ask that question for your geo, they would tell you.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, John, you have really inspired me with just talking about this connect by browser, just bringing people in onto the browser. Because from a support point of view, that is just a brilliant option to set up a second meeting with that option enabled. So I was looking at the options, and to be very honest, I'm slightly confused because the only options I see at the back end is the standard show a join from your browser link for participants. And the join meeting from browser is for account members. So are your students, the first year students, logging in SSO directly into?
Okay, I'll have to go to our IT people, but within the CSU, we have accounts for all students.
Mm-hmm.
So that may be, Frank, how do you do it? Give us 1 second. Yeah, I know for us, we know the student's address. They're in our system, and so they would be identified. They already have their, we're a Google campus.
Mm-hmm.
So they have Google for Education. And when we have our dashboard, it shows up in their apps that they have available, Zoom and all the Google apps. But I could ask our IT people.
That makes sense, because otherwise you only get the other option of allow all participants, which is the standard option, which is an option instead of using the app. You can join by browser. So, but it's a really interesting concept. You've really inspired me with that one.
But don't think it was me. I think we're an inspiring group here.
Dan, can you jump in? By the way, hi Dan. Are you still here? I don't see you. Where'd you go? Is Dan still here?
Yeah, I can see him.
Dan, are you able to tell us more about this account that you just mentioned? I know your camera and your mic is off. If you're not able to, he mentions that there's an account that can't host meetings but can join, which I've never heard of.
If he can't, I can.
Oh, please. I didn't know you knew about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you know what a basic Zoom license is?
Yes.
So it's basically a free user on your account, but they're part of your account.
Mm-hmm.
There's two designations, sub-designations of that now. One is a person who can only join meetings but can't initiate meetings. That's been around for, I would say, at least a year now.
So this isn't when you are just creating a new account.
If you log in as the Zoom admin and you go to your users section in the admin panel, and you go to invite someone to your account, or you want to downgrade their license to a free license, there's two different basic licenses you can give them. One is they can start meetings and have 30 or 40-minute meetings, whatever it is. And the other one is they can't initiate any meetings. They can only attend meetings.
All right. So here, so here I am in my dashboard, and I'm going to go to users.
Yep.
I'm going to
So
add a user. So I'll do unassigned. Is that what I want to do?
I usually do it by modifying an existing user. I haven't
Okay.
tried this way, but it probably works too.
All right, we'll do this guy.
Okay.
So user role. No, members, right.
It's under the license they have. You turn it to a free license.
I say it again.
You're changing the license from a license account to a free account.
I can't show you one because of confidentiality. I can't show you from my organization, but
I'm wondering if it's maybe not a business feature. I wonder if it's maybe an EDU or a. Dan,
It's,
what do you do?
it's under it's once you have your user, or if you invited them into your account, you click on the user, and one of the choices now is unassigned without meetings basic. So you actually have to show, you have to click on one of the.
Right. So I've clicked on one of them.
Oh, okay. Or if you
change license.
I'm looking
maybe?
at it under users advanced. Okay. And then see right there, and then see how you can pull down. You can change
Okay.
people.
Unassigned with meeting basic.
And I have a third that is unassigned without meeting basic, and maybe you have to have a certain number of users. But I think what I was really getting to is I think they might be getting rid of what they consider a free account eventually, because you don't need an account to join a meeting indefinitely as long as someone else hosts it. And of course, they want you to have a paid account. So it makes sense that I think this is sort of an in-between.
I'll take issue with that in one regard. I think it would depend maybe on the type of organizational licenses you have. I mean, for what I have in enterprise, we have lots of valid use cases to have basic users because they can still authenticate, even though they can't. They can either have 40-minute meetings, or if we restrict them to not initiating meetings, we still need that authentication aspect. So I don't think they'll get rid of free accounts, at least not for enterprise, maybe for pro or something.
And Frank, I could say, for us, it's a similar thing. We have what is called service learning. So we have community partners who we wanted to be able to join the meetings, be authenticated, but we didn't want them to initiate meetings within our Zoom account. And so we use that regularly.
I'm wondering if that's an EDU or a something else, because I don't see it on my end.
It might be enterprise. I don't think it's EDU more than it's enterprise, maybe, but
okay.
I don't know.
Do you, Frank, are you, I don't know if you're allowed to say, are you enterprise or EDU? And like, what are the, are you allowed to say
we're
which
enterprise?
You're enterprise. But enterprise is different than EDU, yes?
I think so. I haven't ever had an EDU license, but EDU comes with its own set of things hoops you have to jump through. Especially if you're EDU and there's children involved who are under the age of majority in your region, then there's all kinds of other things you have to deal with.
Yeah, and Frank hit it on the head there, nail on the head. Do Canadians hit nails on head? You're such
we sure
gentle
do.
people. There's a big difference between education in the K-12 space than higher ed. So most of the higher ed groups I work with are enterprise because they are a business. In K-12, you have a lot more both legal requirements and just operational requirements that make you want to have considerably more control.
Yeah, we hit nails on the head and then we say we're sorry.
I thought that was thumbs.
That's fascinating. I would have assumed that universities were EDU.
No, I think I know for a fact that when we went through this a few years ago during COVID, when my granddaughters were staying with me because I had bandwidth in the house, they were logging into EDU accounts, but they were they were true K through 12 accounts. And I mean, they were like maniacal about certain things that could go on during those Zoom sessions. And it all boils back to something in the US called COPA, Child Online Protection Act.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Robert,
had
go
no
ahead.
ability.
I'm
They had
sorry.
no ability to record, as an example. The kids had no ability to record.
Robert, go.
I don't know if we've exhausted that topic. I just wanted to change topic for a minute.
Please do.
Yeah. Okay. This is Zoom related completely because I have been running during COVID, when the lockdown came in, we ran a lot of AGMs and supervisory board meetings with voting on decisions that are being made. And now they seem to be coming back. Now, I don't know if that's associated with CO2, with fuel prices, but they seem to be coming back. And one of the challenges that I've always had with doing the voting in Zoom, which basically uses polls for voting, is that on the one hand, if you have an open meeting of, say, an AGM with, say, 500 people, you've got to mute everyone's microphone and only allow them to speak when you switch their microphones on. However, you need to have a group of board members that can speak and switch their microphones on and off. Now, the default mode to do that, of course, is to make them co-hosts. But anyone who has 10 co-hosts in a meeting knows what a nervous experience that is. And I've been looking through all of the OSC commands to see if we can form a group that will get a specific type of function that will allow that group to be able to unmute by themselves, not being co-hosts. So that's the first question.
Is your question about voting or people able to speak to a vote?
Able to speak,
Wouldn't
unmute
you need a,
themselves.
aren't you describing a webinar?
No.
Or you have a group of
What he's
people that have
describing.
one category, and then you have the rest of the people are different categories.
What he's describing is something a few of us have been asking for, an intermediate category.
Right, but couldn't you do it with a webinar?
No, you can't do it with the webinar because
You could if you promoted them to panelist.
Yeah, that's
right.
what I'm saying.
Isn't that a panelist?
You'd have to promote someone to panelist and then demote them. But I agree with Peter. I've put in a feature request. I know lots of people have. In the admin section of Zoom, you can create custom roles for Zoom administrators. This would be a custom role for Zoom meetings or whatever, where you could say, okay, I don't want you to be co-host. I want to create something between participant and co-host, and I'll define what that privileges are in the Zoom backend. They've never given us that, though. I don't know if it's available through the API, but I mean, just vanilla Zoom, there's nothing like that.
Yeah.
And I think part of the question is, what are your rules and regulations around voting? So the polling really doesn't do what some bylaws of organizations. So there, in the Zoom marketplace, there's one I think called Motion Vote, which is a compliant voting, has secret ballots, has auditing. There's another one called MI Voice, because sometimes they want to have weighted voice voting. There's Election Buddy, and it has voter authentication. So almost all the third-party apps were fixing things that people had special needs.
I think if you used something like the Zoom Q&A as a pipeline to request to talk, and then you unmuted a specific person in the from the Q&A list, that would be one workaround.
Yeah.
So if you had, I must tell me if I got it right. You have a big meeting. You want individuals to be able to request to speak, and be unmuted and say the thing and be muted again. But then when you get to voting, you only want certain people to vote, not everybody. Am I correct?
No, let's separate these two issues.
Okay.
There's the muting, unmuting, and then there's the voting. And what joins them at the moment, what links them is the status of co-host. Because if you're a co-host, you can unmute and mute. And if you're a co-host, you can't vote. Because there are certain votes, there are certain decisions that are made by everyone except the board members, for example, or everyone, if the decision is for a specific board member, that board member can't vote for himself. So the best way is just to make him a co-host, then he can't vote.
So there's a way that has nothing to do with co-hosts that is a possibility. When it comes time to vote and you've got 15 out of the 500 that should be voting, you could create a separate room, put those people in a room, do the poll there, then they would be the only ones who could vote. And then when they come back out, everything's normal again. And so if the problem with the voting is separating out one group for another group, putting them in a room is a possibility.
Yeah, the only issue here that I have with that is that these exceptions for people who can't vote are individual members. So you'd have to move the 999 people in the meeting to a breakout room and leave the 1 or 2 people that aren't going to vote in the main rooms. That doesn't work from a time point of view.
You could do it the other way. You can leave the people who are going to vote in the main room, and the ones who can't vote, put them in a room.
No, but that's not the way AGMs and board meetings work. These are all, you should be able to see everyone. Everything has to be completely transparent. There's no way you can.
But you said you wanted a private vote, that people didn't know how you voted.
Well, there are two things. In voting, you've got, just like in when you do set up the polls, you can have polls where you can see exactly how people took the poll, so how people voted, or you can have one that is totally
anonymous,
so you can't see. So that's where it happens. But you can't throw people out of the meeting during a voting session. That's not the way it works.
You can't have
unless you
move them around. Okay.
Unless you have guests, and that is a separate group, but I don't want to complicate it with guests in AGM.
Okay, as far as your second problem with being able to mute and unmute, if you're the host or someone is the host or co-host, why can't you simply mute and unmute people? I mean, we do it all the time, don't we?
Yeah, there's a different thing there, because at a meeting like this, you have a group of board members, and they have the right to speak at any time. They don't need to request for permission to speak. All other participants at an AGM have to request permission to speak, and then they are given the microphone, and that works for that group. Yes.
So, because of the technology, if you have board members and someone wants to speak, you automatically unmute them, no question. And I don't see how that is inhibiting things, as long as the people who are doing the technology are unmuting everybody who wants to speak whenever they want to speak. Anyway, I guess I'm not understanding it.
I think it could just be a more elegant, just a more elegant solution.
If Zoom would allow us to create custom meeting rules, I think that would be super cool.
Yeah, it's doable now. It's just not elegant. It's not done well. Yeah.
So my question was: is there an option through the API using OSC to, having defined a group, to make an exception to the mute unmute host posted rule, or can you give those people a separate?
No is the simple answer.
Okay.
But the answer that comes to my mind would be that it would be very easy to write an app, and I could probably do it with a bit of help of ChatGPT in an evening, to get a list of all the people that are co-host and remove their co-host facilities, so they all have the ability to vote, and then reinitialize all their co-hosts. So just take the list and make them all co-hosts again. So just turn off their co-host permissions, they can vote, then turn it back on. That would be a simple app.
That's an easy way to do it. But in OSC, you just define a group at the beginning of the meeting, and then you switch that on and off by selecting that group.
Right. That's
so
what I was
the
going to
easy
suggest.
part of it.
Yeah.
The more difficult is the mute unmute part of it.
I mean, it won't be persistent, but using what you just described, by putting them all in a group and then just unmute all. Right. Fred, what you got?
So I was thinking about this voting thing long before COVID and Zoom and all these things. I had a friend of mine who used to work at some of the government facilities in Phoenix, and they were tasked with coming up with a voting system. But how do you vote without being tied to a name? Because you have to be able to vote privately. So, I'm not sure how does Zoom handle that? How can you vote anonymously, and so somebody can't accuse you of voting one way or another?
Zoom has anonymous voting.
It does.
Yeah, it's already in there.
When we've done votes for Toastmasters International, what we've done is we have one person who is, I can't remember what they're called, parliamentarian. That's it. The parliamentarian is like the policeman for the whole meeting, and so I used to give them the details of who everybody was in the meeting, so that they could then validate that all the people in the meeting were allowed to be in the meeting, were allowed to be voters of the meeting. And only that person and I were the only people that knew. We didn't do anonymous voting, although we could have done. But we didn't do anonymous voting because then the parliamentarian could say, I have verified, because I've got the output, I verified that everybody who voted was eligible to vote. And those that weren't eligible to vote, I have taken away from the votes. And here are the official votes of the results.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Lock in how people go in to say that everybody in here is legitimate, and then you can have anonymous voting, or you can have voting where their identity is known, but only to the person who's responsible for validating them. And yes, of course, you don't then release that data outside that person's knowledge.
So I just launched a poll and I clicked force answers to be anonymous. So presumably,
I voted.
Yeah.
I was just curious if you had to, because I never knew the answer to how he came up with fixing that. How do you do it anonymously? Do you have to know how many people are in the room, and then when say you have 20 people, right? And once you get 20 votes, then you know everybody has voted. But if you only get 18 votes, again, I just don't know how you keep somebody anonymous.
Yeah.
So
Frank, you want to jump in?
Yeah. So Zoom supports recorded voting. It also supports anonymous voting. So in most of the meetings that I have or that the people around me have, usually people are authenticated, so we know who they are when they join the meeting. And then, depending on what you set for your settings for your poll or survey or whatever, then the host, the person who designs the meeting tools, says, I want to give a quiz in the Zoom meeting, and I want to record the answer so I can assign grades later. That requires you to actually know who said what, like what answer each person gave. And that's a report you can get after the meeting or during the meeting, but also after the meeting. But you can also say, I want this to be anonymous. So, hey, everybody, do you think I suck at teaching? There's not going to be any reprisals. I just want to know how my teaching style is. And you can say, this is completely anonymous, and it is completely anonymous. And you'll never know who gave those answers. Zoom is not the most robust voting platform out there, and there are marketplace integrations, as someone else earlier said, but it has the basic tools you need to do, most things at a certain level. And then if you need more sophisticated ways, look into Zoom Marketplace to extend Zoom's functionality.
And the thing that he just described is exactly how it works in our walk-in, in-person voting when we had that. You would walk in, and the first person there would verify that you in fact were eligible and you were in the right place and everything, then you would go and you would mark your ballot and whatever and put it in. You didn't have to vote for everybody. You could vote for nothing. It didn't matter. You were validated and you had the opportunity to vote. Now, whether you checked all the check boxes or not, nobody knows because it's an anonymous vote once you get there. So that sounds exactly like what Frank was saying. You would know who was in the room, so you know who had signed in, but you don't know how they voted or if they voted.
And if you have a Zoom hybrid event, there's an app you can download for your device that allows you to vote even though you're in person, even though you're not going to appear on camera or microphone. You can see the polls and the surveys and things.
And who verifies that you are who you are when you're not in the meeting?
You're in the meeting. You don't have all the functionality of a full Zoom meeting. The client allows you to be. It's designed for hybrid situations. So if you're in a room where there's a live Zoom meeting going on and somebody opens their phone and they turn on their microphone, you're creating a chance for feedback. So some of those things are stripped out so that you can do hybrid events. I believe it's called Zoom Companion, or at least it was called Zoom Companion. There's Zoom recycling the same word for multiple purposes again, which we all have a issue with.
But having said all that, I was just looking for an option for the mute unmute.
Maybe Companion and Zoom ISO is your approach to that. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm looking into it, but just because we run these AGMs and supervisory board meetings, we actually use a separate app for that. And then the reason we do that is that different members have different weights to their votes, so which you can't do through a poll. So it's good for simple meetings.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I imagine, for things like stockholders meetings where somebody has 47,000 shares and you only have 4,000 shares, there's weights to some people's votes, right? For sure.
Yeah. And the other thing is, if someone has been given the authority to pass a vote for someone else, you can't really do that in Zoom. So but as a basic tool, this is the way it can be done using the polls, and it's very helpful.
That voting, sorry, what was it called? The voting app, John, that you mentioned?
Oops, I had to have my microphone on. It's MI-VOICE.
No. There's in the Zoom apps.
That's in the Zoom marketplace.
Motion, right? Motion voting. Yeah.
No, that's one. The one I like is this MI-voice.
Oh, MI-voice.
But the Motion's one of them. I think there's 4 or 5 of them. And it was interesting when we were doing this in the cell with homeowners associations with had rules and regulations, and the typical voting had been that you had an envelope within an envelope. So somebody opened the envelope to verify that it was mailed from your address, and then the other envelope was given to somebody else the count to have it be anonymous. And so we had to look at different apps. But I don't know what the price is on the MI Voice, but it has a number of voting capabilities. What I liked about it is that it gave you a sign that said "Cast your vote now," and then when you voted, you got your vote had been recorded, and that seemed to make people happy.
I've been to lots of Zoom meetings where someone puts a link in the chat and they use something like Kahoot or some other thing that can gather votes as well, or a QR code or whatever on the screen, and then you're not doing a Zoom integration, you're just going to an external platform to do voting, if that's something
right,
that you want more extensive abilities.
And I think Stream Alive doesn't have voting at the moment, but I should probably talk to those guys because they have all the functionality to do it built into it.
And if you have a situation where you make like, a Google forms that you fill out, as long as it doesn't, that URL doesn't exist before your meeting starts and everybody who's credentialed is in the meeting, and then when you give the link only to those people, then you've got a secure and anonymous situation, but only for those people with credentials.
Yeah, lots of times we have votes outside of Zoom, and the other platform you log into, you also have to authenticate, so you're authenticated in both platforms.
I think you can, if you did one of these forms, I don't think you have to be a member of that organization to use the form. If someone just gives you a link to a form, I think anyone can fill it out who has
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely. It depends. I mean, the settings for if you do Google Forms, the person who creates the form, there are settings that say let anybody with the link do it or just restrict it to certain people.
That's actually relatively new. Like who can fill it out? They've tweaked that quite a bit over at Google.
Yep.
Which is nice.
That's one of the reasons so many people were mad when Zoom got rid of persistent raised hands and had them auto lowering, because a lot of people were recording votes. Put your yellow digital hand up and leave it up, and
fascinating.
I'll tell you
Right.
when to put it down. I'm recording what everyone's put their hand up, and then Zoom started auto lowering hands, and everybody who used that method had a freak out.
That's interesting. But the Frank,
an interesting thing on that is that one of the fixes was the photo that you could take. So you say we're voting, everyone raised their hands, snapped a
but
photo.
the voting from the react button. So I just did a yes. Those stay up, right? Are those persistent?
Yeah, those go away eventually.
Oh, they do.
Well, we'll find out. You'll leave your
Yeah, I
yes
put
up
mine
and
up.
don't get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch anything.
I think
has the
people just
warning
get
come
locked.
up?
Sorry, people just get locked into their workflow, and they don't think of alternate workarounds, right?
Mhm.
No, absolutely. I mean, I've never used the reactions. I never click on. I never use them. But for some people, they're really
A lot of people, this is just like a physical extension of, everyone put your
Right.
hand up.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, in the early days of office hours, that's how we did who wants to speak on the panel. You'd see people sitting there on the panel with their hand up for hours and hours and hours. Yeah.
I remember somebody made a paddle with a hand,
Right.
because they were tired of raising their hand for so long.
So my yes is still up there. So these might be persistent. So if you are looking for something that doesn't go down automatically,
Did you just delete it?
I just took it down. Yes.
Okay. Because
That was
I still have my no up, and what I see is down on the bottom of the Zoom window where the reactions are, there is a little button that I could click on. And I think that that's going to stay there until I turn it off.
Lois, your no sign reminds me of an old, what are you protesting? What do you got? kind of attitude.
My favorite lawn sign is vote no on yes. Or was it vote yes on no? I don't know.
Tony, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
just
sorry,
for
Mike, go
everybody's
ahead.
sake. Yeah, just for everybody's sake in the panel, YouTube does not see those yes or no's, even though we're seeing them in Zoom.
Oh,
Interesting.
Does it see a raised hand?
No.
It also doesn't see any emojis. So that's why the
It will, if I do this emoji, like if I do this and I'm still talking, this will come on YouTube.
Oh, it will. Okay.
Yes.
Because I was thinking that's why the graphics toolkit is really important, because you can, and even on tiles, actually, my tiles just crashed. But incidentally, I had mentioned last time that my tiles kept crashing, and I just heard back from Zoom that there is a compatibility issue related to a bug in Mac OS Tahoe 26 that they think is going to be addressed in the latest developer beta of Mac OS. But until they ship they're actually changing their documentation to clarify that Tahoe is not officially supported
till Monday
at this time from 1.1.3. So
Tahoe's supported on Monday according to the release notes, I think. Or
Zoom or Zoom tiles?
Zoom. Oh, just Zoom. Sorry. Are you talking about Zoom
yeah,
tiles?
no, this is
Sorry,
specifically
sorry.
for tiles.
I missed that
Oh,
part.
that's interesting. Wait a second.
No, just ignore I said that.
No. But I'm curious. Does Zoom say that they're
I
not
don't think
supported on
I don't
Tahoe
think
yet?
Zoom is supported for Tahoe officially yet.
Oh, interesting.
And a lot of people were giving them flack for not being ready when it was released. But I think a lot of other developers weren't ready either, like companies.
So I guess that's, but I just wanted to say about tiles that you can also on tiles decide, do I want to show the hand up? Do I want to show the emoji? Do I want to show all that different stuff you have control over on tiles? And because of that workflow, that stuff will show up on YouTube. So sorry, Tony, I cut you off.
No, that's all right. I wanted to ask a question regarding the Blackmagic Camera app connecting to a Zoom meeting in the field. There is no computer, but I would like to be able to use the Blackmagic Camera app to record and also be connected to a Zoom meeting. Is that something that is possible?
So I am going to join a meeting right now from my phone because I think I have Blackmagic, but I mean, I can tell you what the result is going to be. You don't get to choose what app you use. Mike, do you mind letting me in? Thanks.
Done.
So I'm now in on my out here. Let me do it like this. There is no select. No, there's no reason to do that. I mean, that's just awful. There's can we, God almighty, there's no option to choose a different app for your video. It's either, the only options I have are stop video and start video. So there's no way to select, unlike on the desktop, there's no way to select your, it's just because I'm talking, sorry. There's no way to select your camera.
Okay.
Is that where you're going with that question, Tony?
This is the thing. So as I've shared in the past, that we're doing a special event the last Sunday in November. And my desire is to just record it, but we have 6 individuals that come in from a senior citizens home, all of them in wheelchairs, and they want to provide a Zoom meeting for them. And the special event we've done several times in the past, just using iPhones, because that's what we have. And I can honestly say that it was not good, in my opinion. And
you mean the video quality?
The video quality of it. And so the difference this time is that it's not going to be outdoors. It's going to be in another house of worship. But this house of worship that we're going to be at does not do any streaming, no Zoom, nothing, technology wise. They just in person only. So they have good microphones and speakers and that kind of thing. But as far as trying to do Zoom or anything like that. So what I was hoping was that possibly if the Blackmagic Camera app could be used, it didn't matter whether or not someone had an Android or an iPhone, if they were able to use the Blackmagic Camera app and then maybe one or two of those devices would be connected to the Zoom meeting. But based on what we've just discovered, I just have to make sure that at least one phone is connected to a computer so that the Blackmagic app can be used. That was one of the things I was trying to figure out.
What
Frank
makes you?
and sorry, let me just get Frank in, and then Mike, you shared something. I don't know if that's connected to this, but Frank, go ahead.
I listen to a weekly show called Mac Break Weekly. I'm sure many of you know what it is, and Alex Lindsay's always on there. And I have an iPhone 15 Pro Max, and he was saying that the new 17 camera is so amazing. His daughter is in a band, and he shoots things from in the crowd, and he can get everything. If you have someone in your church who has a modern iPhone, like the newest version, you might find the quality is a lot better than an older generation phone for Zoom.
Yeah. I was about to say the same thing, Frank, because the reality is I mean, the Blackmagic camera app is not going to fix the ills if the physical camera is not up to your expectations.
Yeah, unfortunately, that I think the only phone that we have guaranteed to be able to use is a regular iPhone 12.
Oh, okay. Well, one way I used to do this. Oh, sorry. One way I used to do this is with a laptop. I would bring a camera that had a cable that could plug into a laptop, so like USB-C or something. And on the laptop, you can tell Zoom I want to use this particular camera. Now I've got a decent camera on a tripod, and I've got that going into my laptop, and then the laptop can, hotspot or do whatever you're going to do for connectivity. But now you need a laptop and a camera.
The other thing to bear in mind, Tony, is that what you can do. So right now I'm in this meeting in Zoom, and I'm looking at my phone so I can see everyone and I can see the meeting, and I'm using the front facing camera. But if you touch the screen and then flip the camera, you can use the back camera, which is much higher quality. Now, the person can't see the screen, but if you're really just using these for cameras, then this may be a better option.
Yeah, and I think if you do that, there's a mode on iPhone where you touch your finger is where the focus of interest will be. So the focus will shift depending what you touch on the screen. I don't know if it's cinema mode or I don't know, but just as a regular iPhone, I haven't ever tried this in Zoom, but
yeah, I don't have any.
But it allows you to do a lot of things. Like I know I have Blackmagic camera app on my phone too, but you can do a lot with the iPhone. I just don't know if it translates to Zoom. You'd have to do some testing.
I don't see any controls whatsoever other than switch front and back camera. So
an interesting thing, David, that I recently discovered is that there was someone who was using the back camera of their iPhone, and they took their watch off and put the watch around the phone where it wasn't covering the cameras, and they used the watch as the the viewport for their iPhone.
I use my Apple Watch as a remote for my camera on my phone all the time.
You're muted, David.
I know. I'm trying to see if I can. Okay, right now I'm logging in to Zoom on my phone but how do you see anything on the? How do you see something on your watch? I don't know how that works.
The individual that I saw doing it, they actually took the watch off and wrapped it around the phone where it was not covering the cameras.
Right, but I'm not sure how you get anything on the. There's a camera remote. Wait, let me see that. Oh my God, this is weird. Okay, I've actually never used the camera remote. So here's what we got going on here. Hold on a second. So, sorry. All right. So this is what he's saying to do. Oh, I gotta get into the. Come on. Boom, boom. Okay. So now I have to get back into the app, the camera remote app. Okay. So camera was closed on my phone. No, it's not. Open camera.
Yeah, we lost video on that. on
Oh,
your
you
phone.
did? All right. Sorry. Maybe I messed it up. I apologize. I don't really know what I'm doing. Yeah, I
back.
did. All right. I'm sorry. All right, here we go.
That
Here we
arrow
go. Okay.
mouse came and clicked it. We still
So
have the video of you.
how do you, what is going on here?
No,
Why?
On the Zoom meeting. There you go. Now we have.
Yeah, I don't know why. Sorry about that. Okay. So, so here's what's happening. Okay, sorry. Now I understand. When I open camera on when my watch is not on my wrist and I open camera remote, it shuts off my camera in Zoom.
Yep.
But I
because
think
it's not on your wrist.
Right, but I think if it's on my wrist, now hold on a second. Let me put it on there.
This seems much easier than getting an external camera and a cable.
Okay, so now I've got that on. Now it still turns it off. That's interesting. Look at that. Maybe I can, because it's, you know what it is? It's switching apps. That's what it's doing.
You're back.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a cool idea, but it doesn't work.
Remember when someone was using a hot dog as a stylus because of the capacitance? Maybe you need to wrap it around a hot dog so it thinks it's touching human skin or something.
No, it doesn't work.
You want me to bring
Unless they were using a different program.
Right. Unless they were
You don't
using
know what
something
they
different.
were using.
So as David noted in the chat, I have two suggestions, Tony. Again, good old SRT is coming to mind as soon as you mentioned that to me, that you could actually have SRT coming from that phone back to your location and then bring that into Zoom instead of it being Blackmagic, using the Blackmagic app. So
Mike, I'm sorry. Can you just walk through what that actually would look like? Not
What?
like, don't go crazy. Just real
What's
quick. Like,
SRT?
is it okay? SRT technology is secure, reliable transport, and it is a good protocol to use when sending video and audio from a device to a different location. So an example would be, and again, I don't expect Fred to be using this today, but they might be using SRT from their truck back to their head end to broadcast the video and audio back to the Fox affiliate that they're dealing with.
Lies, all lies. It's subrip text. You know it's subrip text.
as Fred or as Frank is picking on me. Anyways, but yes, so SRT would be a suggestion because at least then you'd be able to bring that into any of your video production gear as long as you had a way of bringing, and again, OBS could bring in SRT. So basically the two links that I put into chat, one of them is High Vision, who are the makers of SRT, and they actually have an Android and I believe that one, I'm not sure if they actually have an Android app for SRT, but they definitely have an iPhone app that you can install. And if not, then there's Larynx, another company that's been around for a long, long time, and they've been in the streaming world for many, many, many years. They came up with their Larynx Broadcaster app that works for Android and for iPhone, that you can bring in video from a phone, SRT sync back to an SRT listener piece of gear or software that will be able to bring that video feedback to.
I always wonder when people pose these questions, like, why does it have to be live? Why can't you record it and post it somewhere and they watch it an hour or two later? Like, is it really going to change it for them that much? Like, diminish? If they're not participating, like if they're not texting in the chat, if they're not going to be appearing on camera, can't they watch it an hour later? It would make your life a lot easier.
Well, my preference would be to just record it, use the best iPhone that we have, and record it, and then play it later. That would be my desire. But the pastor of the church, 96 years old, and they really want to have her be able to watch it live. That's really what it comes down to. She's not going to be able to be on site, and so they want. I think it's really her. I think that the other people from the senior citizen location would definitely, they've been participating over they've been it's about 6 or 7 of them that tune in every Thursday night for our Bible study, and they are faithful. They come on camera. They most of them in wheelchairs, and they are participants in the Bible study. They have a lot to say. And so
but for something they're just watching, they're not participating, they're just watching, right? Like they're not going to be part of the play or whatever, right?
Yeah, this special occasion they would just be watching.
I mean, I've done lots of live streaming by myself with a camera, a tripod, and a laptop, and some sort of connectivity to the internet. And you can do that in Zoom. You just need to practice. You could just set it up and take pictures of your coffee table to work out the workflow, and then it'll, then when you go on location, it's as long as you have connectivity, it'd be a lot, you probably have a tripod for your camcorder, you probably have a camcorder, and then you plug that into your laptop, and then you get a better quality situation, I think. Plus you're on a tripod, you're not just doing handheld all the time. 2 hours of holding a phone up would get exhausting too, I think.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have a 360 that I could possibly use Insta360, but that hasn't manifested itself yet. So I'm just really just trying to work with what I have to try to make the best of. Like I said, if it was up to me, it would just be a recording and we would share it later on, but it's not.
When is the event?
The 5th Sunday, November 30th.
Robert, so 2 weeks out.
Tony, if I can just share my 2 cents, and it'll be non-technical 2 cents. Whatever solution you do for Zoom, just get someone to record it anyway on an iPhone.
Yeah, I thank you, Robert, for saying that. Yeah, I'm always talking about backup and Plan B. So I'm pretty sure that we can get somebody that's separate from trying to connect to the Zoom meeting to just record it, and we'll go from there. But thank you. And I really wanted to ask you guys. I wanted to come in with, you were talking about the other conversation about the muting of people because of this situation that we have on Thursday night. We have 6 or 7 people coming in from the Senior Citizen Center. It's the clubhouse, or I'm not sure what you call it. It's a community room, and I was trying to figure out what was the best way because they're all crowded around a laptop, and we only have the laptop camera. And it's 6 people in wheelchairs trying to be seen, and so it's not that great. But I was thinking possibly if there was a TV in that room, and I haven't been able to find out whether or not there's a TV, but if we could connect the HDMI from the laptop to the TV, that would at least give them a better vision of the meeting rather than all trying to look on the laptop. I'm assuming the laptop is not a great big laptop. So, but Tony, I just have,
I agree with that. And on top of that too, the video going back to the TV will also carry the audio too. So you also can use the TV audio. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But again,
And so,
what will be the problem is if you do want them to talk back to you, that is where the complexity comes back now. So go
well,
ahead.
that was gonna be the next question. So as far as you guys were talking about resolving the muting and the unmuting of the individuals, is that something that the host should manage? Because there is a lot of noise coming from the senior citizens home when other people are speaking. And so because of the age group, you don't really want to mute them and have them try to unmute themselves when they're ready to speak. And so it's been kind of, over the last few weeks, it's extremely positive when they are participating, but then it is a little bit disruptive when they're not. And so,
So, Tony, am I understanding correctly that there is one microphone for this group of people in wheelchairs? One computer and one microphone, not everybody has their own microphone. Is that right?
no, there is no microphone. It's whatever the
Well, it's
microphone
laptop
is on the
microphone.
laptop.
But
On the
there's
laptop,
they don't individually have, you can't turn off one person and turn that one person back on. They're all together, right?
they're all together.
Okay, so here would be my solution to that. When you set up the Zoom meeting, put in that in your account, put in the thing that says, ask people to give you permission to mute and unmute. And then when the thing joins, they say, sure, okay, which means the host, wherever they are, can turn on and off the microphone for that room with nobody in the room having to do anything. Okay, so that takes care of that problem. And then the other possibility, especially if they're seniors, is you can have a handheld microphone that can be passed from person to person, which means that you'll get less room noise and mostly just the person who's talking. And you can have that as your microphone for the computer. That would work.
You know what else you could do? You could get a cue ball. You know what a cue ball is?
No.
So it's a foam ball where with a microphone, a Bluetooth microphone built in. So this would give the seniors some exercise, right? They throw the ball to one another, and then when they have the ball, they have a mic that is Bluetooth to the phone or wherever you're streaming from.
If they're seniors, just give them a microphone they can pass around.
Oh,
They
but
don't
this is
need to be-
exercise. This is so much more fun.
For you, maybe. You deal with kids all day.
There's another company that makes one of these. It's called Catchbox, but Zoom has an app that Zoom makes that's free called Remote Settings Control that allows you to control other people's audio settings. The host can control other people's audio settings.
In a meeting?
Yep.
Wow.
What
How do we get
what
it?
is the Frank? What is the name of that?
I just put stuff in the chat and I'm putting the
Yeah,
link in
we've
right
played
now.
with that here
We've
before.
used it here before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at YouTube if you want to see it in action, but here's the article if you want to read more about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. I guess I'm done as far as my many questions about trying to fix the situation that I'm in. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony, the only other one that I wanted to mention too that we talked about earlier many weeks ago was there was a big fad where when we were talking about Mute Me, the Mute Me button. Muteme.com. Peter knows what we're talking about, where it's a bigger button that is a USB, so they would have to plug in it to the actual laptop itself, but it's a bigger button so that they'll actually see if they're muted or unmuted.
David left, but the catch box and the one he was showing where you throw the microphone around, I caution people to think about what they're doing, because if If someone's throwing a ball at you and you have a laptop in front of you and the laptop gets sent flying off whatever it's sitting on, or if there's a hot coffee next to the laptop and the ball hits the coffee, like it's just, it has to be used in a thoughtful way.
And if the people who are sitting there aren't very fast, they might not catch it.
Well,
Or
if you're in a
they
wheelchair,
might
I'm
throw
wondering,
it
like,
and go the wrong way.
yeah.
So
Yeah. So there it is.
The other possibility is if you have $70, Tony, you can get a Yeti Nano. I've been pricing this out for our church too. And you can get a Yeti Nano. It's a refurbished one from the Yeti from B&H. And it's only $70. But that thing is good enough that if you just put it right next to the laptop, or just behind the laptop, so you don't get the speaker problem, you can hear everybody in that room, and the other person can mute and unmute as you go, so you don't have to even pass a microphone. Though personally, I think that's better.
Right. And actually, Pete actually has the mute me there with him. Pete, you want to show that again? So there's the button there. And Pete, explain. Go ahead. Explain
So
how you got that hooked up.
It just hooks into one of the USB-C ports on my main machine, my Zoom machine, and it turns green when I'm unmuted and red when I'm muted, and it's capacitive touch, so you don't actually have to push anything. You just have to rest your finger on and mute and unmute.
Which he did there.
Yeah, exactly. But it's capacitive touch. It's not a physical thing that moves. It's not going to wear out. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Sorry, Tony, can I just say one more thing, if you don't mind?
Sure.
The Frank gave you access to this app called Remote Settings Control app, and that's a really powerful app because it allows the host to adjust your volume settings, etc. But the simple way, I think, in your case, would be if you go into the back end and in the settings, you have an option to request permission to unmute. Okay, and that's what Lois was referring to. If you switch that on for the meeting, when attendees join the meeting, they'll be asked a question. I can't remember the phrase correctly, but what it says is, allow the host
to mute and unmute you.
Unmute you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So then the host can just unmute or mute without them having to get up or go and literally press the unmute button.
And
there's also something called far-end camera control that allows trusted people to control your camera. Or
yes,
of course, on a laptop, you don't really have much control.
But even just turning your camera off and on, even.
Yeah. But that whole mute and unmute thing is very useful.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Frank,
no problem,
Bye, Tony. See you next week.
Yeah.
Oh,
I use the trusted camera control because in Zoom, when I'm using Zoom ISO, invariably somebody gets to turn their camera on if I don't do it for them. And then I have color bars. That's my default image.
Right. Not a bad image.
And your virtual microphone is 1K tone, and they hate you.
Beep. Yep. Everybody knows that one. Cool. Oh, Fred's coming back to visit us from the truck. We'll see what he's got.
That's because I said 1K tone and he couldn't stay away.
I know. Yeah. See, that's all it took.
What happens if you say it 3 times in a row, Frank?
Fred's wondering what we're joking about. Fred, we were just talking about 1K tone and you showed up. So.
Oh, great. Thanks.
So you're done for now? It looks like you're in is that the hotel room now?
Yeah, I'm back at the hotel. So what brought up that topic?
What brought up that topic was Pete was using bars as his default video. So Frank made the comment about 1K tone. So, and then sure enough, you decided to show up, and it's like, oh, the man that's playing with sound all day today.
Yes.
So that was really cool, Fred, showing us the behind the scenes of the truck. So is that a normal truck of yours, or is that one you just flew in, or they brought it to you guys at the venue?
That's my college football truck. I've been on this is my 6th year on this truck. So I'm in week 11, week 12, and week 12. So I have 3 more weeks.
What do you guys use? DBFS?
Yes.
And what's zero analog in DBFS for you guys? Minus 24 or minus 22? 20?
20, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why there's all these different standards. It seems crazy, you know. But of course, that's why we are the NTSC version of the world. Never twice the same color. Well, we never have twice the same standard. It's crazy. You go everywhere else in the world, and there's like one thing. I love going to Europe. Car audio, home stereo, everything is 0 dB, just like the telephone company. You can interface anything to anything else. There's no power on anything. It's all balanced, line level. It's just, why can't we do that in this country?
Well, then you have, you know, and poor, you know, I'm just a poor amateur here, but when I try and, you know, I always say normalize the audio in DaVinci, right? And then I'm presented with about 20 different choices about
that's because of us.
Well, and I just default to just make it for YouTube and be done with it, because that's one of the choices, as it turns out.
It is one of the choices, yeah, because everybody has their own standard. It's crazy. Thank God, at least in the broadcast industry, we're all +4, -20 in digital world. Here you go.
That's it. Yeah, and everybody's got their own secret sauce, Fred, right?
Correct. Yep.
And they all think theirs is better too, by the way. Go ahead, Robert.
Fred, I'm so glad you're back. I want to ask you a real technical question.
Sure.
How do you make one of these microphones stick without falling off the guy's ears?
Don't buy it to begin with.
There we go. All right.
I hate those things. I like the DPAs personally because they have the wire band that goes around your head, holds it on like a real headset. But those things are terrible. The only other option I can offer you is medical tape. Go to a hospital and steal some medical tape and tape it to their neck, tape the cable to their neck, and give it a little loop so that when they turn their head, it can't. Yeah, do one of those. Yep. So it can't bind up. Yep. See what he's got? Perfect. Those are the perfect headsets to have.
Yeah, I've
they
got
go
some
right
of
over
those.
your ears. Yeah,
I was
don't buy
just
the
wondering
earloop
about
ones.
these. So it's actually the cable that pulls it off, isn't it?
It depends on the manufacturer. Yes, sometimes that stupid cable is plasticized instead of what do you call it, a cloth, you know, or whatever, where it's real flexible. But when they plasticize it and they make it hard, then of course, as soon as you turn your head, it's a lever that's going to pop it off your head.
Sure.
So like what we do when I'm in the hospital, medical tape. I just tape, especially the earpiece, right? You take an earpiece and you shove it in their ear, and we just tape their whole ear closed. There's no way that thing's coming out of their head. And sometimes you catch their hairs when you go to take it off. It's not pretty, but of course you can't have somebody standing at a podium, you know, with half their head taped up with medical tape. So you have to discreetly put it on their neck, and then hopefully they don't ever turn around and show you what's going on behind the scenes. But yeah, it's unfortunate that some manufacturers put that plastic coating on their deal. So like my suggestion is just don't buy them to begin with. Spend the extra $40 a pop or whatever it is to get something that'll go over your ears on both sides, and you'll probably be happy. The downside to all of that is, though, that those expensive ones are pretty fragile, and unless you keep it with the same person all the time, they tend to get bent up, and then they don't slide in and out because they actually have a length factor to them. At least the DPAs did that I got Fox to buy me many years ago. And it didn't last but maybe 1 or 2 years because every announcer would put on there and they'd start messing with it. And then as soon as you start getting kinks in it, then it doesn't slide in and out real nice. And then of course you have the problem of or do you buy the cardioids, the supercardioids, or the omnis? Well, again, I found that the omnis actually worked better, but sometimes that caused, issues depending on your PA system. So
Very, very true. Again, broadcast versus hybrid versus in person.
right.
Yeah.
But now they have
challenge,
these cool devices now. We on the back lounge yesterday, there's now one called D feedback. Go look it up on the internet. D feedback. They give you a little Nook computer. It's like a automatic equalizer for your microphones. Remember back in the day, they used to have that box that would it would see something ring and it would automatically pull it out like a graphic EQ. It would pull that out, but then it would make your sound really shitty because it would pull it out at some random depth just so that the PA wouldn't ring anymore. Well, now they have this AI driven thing that's just from audio people. It just came out and it's supposed to work really cool. My friend Robert Scoville just used them at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame about a week or so ago. And he said he put it on Elton John because Elton John was like really quiet. And he says, I'll never not use this box again. He said it was incredible. So look that piece of AI up, and it comes. I just watched the little video that's on their site. You get a little Nook computer, and you plug a microphone into it. And he does a deal where he goes into a church, and first thing he turns on is one half of it, and it gets rid of the reverberant sound of his own voice coming back in. And then he turns on the AI part. And now it's like he's standing in front of, he's got a head-worn mic, or he's talking into a hand mic, and he's at a podium, and he's in a church. It's amazing. And it's not really expensive.
It's something like $364. That's what
it's for an audio piece of gear, it's really not that expensive. The other piece of tech I saw recently on another Zoom thing that I joined is called flat panel audio. They have these speakers now. They're kind of like electrostatic speakers, but they're not electrostatic. And they somehow are able to have two speakers, and they have no comb filtering because they don't put out a pressure wave like a true cone speaker does. So you don't have these waves that interact and you don't get cancellations. Amazing technology. I want to learn more about it, but they're really pricey. I mean, just to have the basic kits like $35,000-$40,000. They're really pricey. They're really expensive. But for corporate, I mean, you put it in a room and you just throw up, this thing. It's basically a speaker on a stick. So if you buy the sub and you buy the one sub or the two subs, the two speakers. Actually, I think the full system is 4 speakers. So you get 2 aside. The amp is a 4-channel amp at 15,000 watts a channel. It's like insane. And then of course you got to buy the subs and stuff on top of it. But if you go back and look on YouTube, Thinking Out Loud with Friends, I think it was about 2 weeks ago because Jan posts our meetings online, and the guy will explain all about. They brought him in as a guest, and they talked all about it on this particular show. So you can actually look it up on YouTube. And I asked the question, "How much does it cost?" And he started running down these things, and I'm taking notes on my desk. I'm like, yeah, that's a little out of my price range, but very cool technology. But yeah, this AI thing that I literally just watched it this morning. It looks pretty cool.
Is this it, Fred?
That's it. D feedback. Play that. I don't know if you can play that video if you get the copyright strike on it or not. But that video right there will tell you all about it. It's really cool.
Yeah. So I'm just scrolling down here to see. Oh, that is for the whole page. Okay. And yeah, so in here, yeah, so looks like it's actually, yeah, okay. So it's all computer based here. And they just got plugged into Focusrite Gen 3.
Yeah.
And that audio mixer almost looks like, is that a baby Waves?
I don't know what that it's not. That's I don't think they're using that mixer. It's the thing he's holding in his hand. That the box that's in over there. They have 2 versions of it. It's a little Nook computer. So I think you plug your mic into that somehow, and then you take that output and put it into your audio board.
Right. Yeah. So I won't play it, but let me just see if I can get some.
Yeah, but go spin down about 3/4 of the way into it. You'll see him standing in a church. Yeah, here, look at this. So look at just, if you can play it without sound, you can see what it's doing there. So he'll turn it on and then all that goes away. And so right now you're getting everything. And then he'll turn on one part of it and you'll see that waveform go down somewhat. And then he'll turn on the rest of it and you'll see it almost go flatline. But if you watch it, and so now he's basically, you're listening to him as if he's just standing there holding a hand mic, and he's in the middle of a church. it's like, what?
Right. So yeah, deep feedback version 1.
Version 1, like I said, it's just released.
And the important thing,
it's actually a plugin. It's a plugin. What's being shown there is just Nux that you can run that on. So
I believe it is a plugin, but if you buy their little Nook thing, then it's optimized for it. So you're not taking resources away from your other computers.
Sure. And the one on the right will run 4 instances. I'm assuming that's 4 channels.
4 channels, probably, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, all I did was watch the YouTube video. I didn't actually read the thing. And I got into the meeting late yesterday, so I didn't get to hear the whole thing about it. But it looks pretty cool. But between that box and the flat panel audio, I mean, if you had some money and we're like a corporate dude, those would be like the 2 things I would invest in straight away. Throw everything else that you ever thought about having, sell it to somebody else and make your money back.
yeah. And also, Robert, I know that you and I have talked in the past too, that another company that I think they're based in Italy actually has an AI Nook as well that are doing closed captioning live locally as well. And that was, again, so this, you could see where AI is starting to creep more and more into audio world for Fred, captioning world for Robert. So it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, if anybody knows what a cedar is, I mean, the cedar is kind of like the standard noise background eliminator kind of thing. This thing takes the cedar to a whole new level, supposedly.
And that would be expensive gear too, Fred, correct?
Well, no, I mean, I bought a little 2-channel cedar at NAM the one year I went to NAM in LA a few years ago. And I think it was like $1,200 or $1,300. And this thing's like half the money, like a quarter of the money.
Yeah.
And it works way better.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't look. I was just bringing it up there, so I was just bringing it in so everybody could see on YouTube what Fred was talking about there. Fred, what was the other company?
Flat panel audio.
Flat panel audio. All right.
And they're in conjunction with another company. I'm not home. If I was home, I could pull it up on my PC and show it to you. So I have it all saved, but being here on my phone, I don't have access to any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But if you want to pull it up and show it to people, it's interesting. It looks like a monitor. That's it.
There you go.
So if you scroll down, there'll be some pictures.
Yeah. I'm just gonna spotlight so everybody can see me. There we go. You can talk about it, Fred, as I scroll here for you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just watched the video. There's 2 different versions of it. There's a pro version and a not pro version. I guess one's thinner than the other. But
yeah, it looks like one that's active, one that's not, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's probably active and passive. I don't know. But if you keep scrolling down, you'll see that they have subwoofer right there. And then, so it's basically
18. Yeah.
And then there's the amplifier. It's 4 channels at 15,000 watts a channel. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, 15 up to 1,500 watts. Yeah. Again, Fred and I, we could talk about sound pressure levels compared to watts nowadays, because you can only pull so much watts out of a plug. So
does it say on there what it is? The guy said it was 15,000. Maybe it's 1,500.
Yeah, but I'm seeing 1,500 right here.
Okay, 1,500. Okay, so he misspoke. I was thinking
Yeah, that would-
15,000 watts a channel, man. That's a lot.
And that's a lot of power that you need plugging that in the
Well, yeah, you
too,
mean you have
just
to run that thing on a 30 amp circuit
for sure by itself.
just by itself, yeah. But
Yeah.
but it's a 4 channel amp, so you drive 4 things with it. So four of the speakers, and then I'm assuming that the subs are active, so they're self powered.
Yeah, let me
So,
just take a
Fred,
picture.
can you just explain the feedback? What is it actually cleaning up? Is it just the echo and the return signal?
It's cleaning up what's coming back into the microphone. So the
Okay.
whatever the ambience is that the environment that you're in, it's deleting it. It's like putting you in a voiceover booth, right?
Okay.
So you're wearing a lavalier microphone and you're standing in the middle of a room, and the PA system is for whatever reason pointing at you. How much gain before feedback are you going to get? Probably not very much, right? This
Sure.
thing supposedly will eliminate that speaker pointing at you in real time. And it obviously can't just throw it out of phase because everything would get all thin and weird. And how is it going to know reference levels unless there was some sort of look ahead? Then you would have a latency, right? Because it would have to process it. It'd have to have some sort of a look ahead. So now by the time you got it out, you'd have lip sync problem. So I don't know what it's doing. Like I said, I just heard about it yesterday, and then I got it on an airplane. So I haven't done any research. I'm not promoting this stuff. I'm just telling you some really cool technology I've seen in the last 48
No,
hours.
I appreciate it. I was just trying to get my head around it because when you think about a simple solution that is available in Zoom at the moment, it's the AI learner. It learns your voice,
Right.
and it won't let anything through apart from your voice. But
Right.
this
But
does
you're talking
more.
about a single person in a single room. I'm talking about a live PA.
Yeah, that's what I've
Yeah,
understood.
it's a completely different animal.
Sure.
So
Even
basically,
what
Fred,
I do, even my stuff is not live PA. I'm not throwing my stuff out into a speaker. I'm in a transmission path. So
yeah, you've got to remember, Robert, that Fred is the true scenario of what the streaming world wants, right? Which is you've got your in-venue front of house guy that's worried about the room, and then you've got Fred that's in the truck that's worried about the broadcast, which means that anything being streamed or anything being broadcast is up to Fred's ears now to make sure that we hear everything. Right?
Yep.
That's where that becomes it's the total ideal situation, right? Where again, if you wanted to go down this road too, and Fred will know what I'm talking about too, you have your front of house guy versus your monitor mix guy when it comes to band situations, right? So Fred would be sort of the monitor mix guy for the live stream, where we get our own customized audio feed based on the criteria that we gave Fred to make sure that we have on the live stream all the time, right? So an example would be, perfect example is we don't necessarily in the room itself, they don't want to hear themselves clapping. But everybody on the stream, as a matter of fact, and this is where Fred's probably got this down pat, is all the different microphones throughout the stadium are being pointed at the crowd. So they get that crowd reaction of, oh, somebody scored, and he gets that proper person coming into Fred. Well, Fred's got to make sure that he's on the ball so that, he's got that turned up, because if it's not turned up and we take advantage of what Fred actually has to do for a lot of these sports events, if that's not turned up, we get nothing.
Actually,
we just get the announcers talking.
Just so you know, because I'm a Remy, I actually don't control that. The mixer in LA controls all that. I'm just feeding him a mix of my parab mics from the field. I'm giving him all the crowd mics that I have put out, but they're not in my mix because I'm late, right? So if I'm listening to the director and he calls a camera and I go to open a camera mic, by the time I hear him call the deal, I'm already going to be late, and then I've got to open the mic and get it online, and then he's already cut off the camera, and so I'm going to be late getting the mic closed. So all that mixing is done in Los Angeles by the guys that are receiving it all. In my particular scenario, normally you are correct. I would be the one having to deal with the balance of all of that stuff. I'm responsible for putting those mics out, but it's not necessarily what I'm doing. I'm kind of a what do you call it, a QC guy. I just make sure that the stuff's kind of at the right level and nothing's clipping and nothing has buzz on it, by soloing and listen to them. But it's not
Right.
part of my deal.
Right. So you're basically babysitting the local physical gear at the venue to make sure that it's getting properly sent into the mixer, and they've got the identical mixer back at the control panel.
And that also that also helps my announcers, because the announcers aren't having to listen. Normally, when I mix a show live, the announcers are hearing everything that the audience is hearing. But we have the added advantage here because they're only hearing my parabs, only stuff from the field. So they actually have a cleaner sound of what's going on the field, because they're not getting that stuff. They're getting things back from Los Angeles, the music and the tape playbacks and all of that, and the people's voices. But as far as what I'm feeding them is just a clean mix of the field, and so they comment a lot about on the things that they get to hear from me, which is really cool, especially when I get a doink off the goalposts. I got a really good one last week, by the way.
And just for everybody that in around the world that don't necessarily know American football, basically that was the actual football hitting the actual goalposts. So
that is correct.
That's the doink that Fred is talking about. But yeah, so Fred, I guess for our YouTube audience, which again a lot of us are small to medium guys, what is your go-to microphone for crowd noise, or let's say audience participation reactions?
I'm not that guy. I'm not the pamphleter. I'm not that guy.
Okay.
I use what's given to me. Right. I don't spec any mics. I'm not that guy. I'm just a mixer. So the truck comes with 416s. So and then I cheat. I use my goal mics as my front crowds. I use my camera mics as my mid crowds, and I use the mics that are hanging out of the booth as my rear crowds when I was doing that in the first year. Now I don't know what Michael's doing with them. I just send them to him and he places them where he wants to place them. That's his job. But in the first year, I was doing a 4.0 mix. So I was doing the bands, I was doing, the cameras, I was doing everything. They had to change that because of how the first and 10 line that they put in on there. They used to do that at Master Control, which was downline, so they didn't have to worry about delays. Well, now that they do all that stuff in Los Angeles, the mixer in Los Angeles he sets up what's called an auto fader, and so it switches every time the technical director takes certain buttons. The sound switches so it's delayed and non-delayed, and then he'll take those crowd mics and leave them there all the time, so you don't hear that switch underneath. It's really cool how you figure out how to get around problems.
Yeah, and just add the complexity too, because Robert's based in Poland. Of course, they don't necessarily have the Polish announcers physically at your venue as you guys are there too. But
Right.
if you guys were doing the quote unquote, what we call in the industry, international truck,
An international feed, right? It's basically mix
Yeah.
minus the announcers, unless they're on camera. The true Red Book International, and I've been fighting this with people for years, is mix minus announcers unless they're on camera. If they're on stick mics, you want that to go out so that the other language knows what it is to translate. Otherwise, they're just making it up as they go along.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and again, if depending on if they're dialed into production, again, a lot of my knowledge comes too because again, we're one of the first streaming companies back in the day when I was with Jump TV to actually broadcast FIFA. So,
Right.
if you know FIFA, again with the Olympic guys, they're you must do this and it must be this way, and so there was a lot of learning that I ended up doing. Just because of the constraints around the FIFA situation. And again, at that time, I was working with ESPN Deportes. Because again, we're bringing everything up from South America.
Right. Yeah.
So
I was my fight was when I was with Showtime, because I used to follow Mike Tyson around the world when in the career, starting in like 1990. I got into the Tyson thing, and so we'd have to come up with these international feeds, right? And I'm like, okay, mix minus announcers. Okay, well now I want mix minus announcers minus the spot box because I don't want to hear the replay wipes. And then I was like, oh, well, mix minus announcers minus the spot box minus the graphics machine because we don't want to hear the things flying in and out on a replay when you do a real-time replay. So there's all kinds of flavors of mix minus. It's just
Yeah.
you just got to figure it out ahead of time. And I battled with those people for a long time, and I'm like, just let me try this once and tell me if you're happier. And they went, yeah, that works better. I'm like, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
But sometimes
exactly.
battling with production is just like, nope, it's mixed minus announcers always.
Yeah, and
Okay,
the reason that I'm picking on Robert a little bit about this is because Robert, you don't actually, when you get an American feed, you're never ever getting an American feed. Like in Canada, we will sometimes because again, we're both English based countries, we will always get the English feed from them. It's either our Canadian guys are doing the actual voiceover, like perfect example was World Series. We had our own Canadian guys because again, it was Toronto versus, LA, right? So our Toronto guys were doing the Toronto part and the LA guys were doing their own part, but they had two separate physical trucks. And because there were so many trucks out, because all the sports were starting their seasons, NHL, NBA, World Series, everybody was still going. They wanted, so when you ended up in Poland or internationally saw the World Series, you actually saw the Fox feed. But you were seeing the Fox feed video-wise, but you're not getting the Fox feed audio. So that was a bit of a problem for the international audience that I was able to see because I was able to watch that, and it was quite interesting because of the fact that again, there's only so many trucks that are out there. So if there, again, with the NHL series alone, there's easily 2 trucks per venue per game, right? So you got to think about it that way. Fred, in yours, you're doing college, right? Today?
I'm doing college, yeah. So we just have one truck and a follow truck. But yeah, on the
Right.
bigger shows, I mean, well, the World Series and NASCAR and some of the stuff, you could have up to 13, 14 semis, with all of the things that are going on there. I mean, I have pictures of the golf shows. Oh my God, before they started doing golf shows as Remy's, forget about it. I mean, it was insane how many trucks were there to do all the different things that wrap around golf, the pre-shows and the post-shows and the international feeds and I mean, just the 2 years that I was in golf, it would always be CBS or NBC as in the first position, the international truck in the second position, and I was doing Sky Sports in the third position.
And Robert, if you're familiar with Sky Sports, of course, that's UK based, right?
Right.
They're based in the UK. So again, you might have saw the Sky Sports feed, but not necessarily the language where you would have got the Sky Sports international truck feed, but not the language where locally within Poland, one of your TV channels would actually have 2 people in a
voiceover
booth. Yeah,
Yep.
voiceover booth where they're literally watching the screen. They're watching what you're watching, but you're in Poland, you're actually getting it
Delayed.
probably 30 seconds, if not a minute delayed, so that they can actually commentate what they're seeing because they're acting as if they're physically at the location.
Correct.
All the magic behind the scenes. It's all cool stuff. And definitely, Fred. I don't know if you caught Fred, but there was a couple people making comments that you've got the dream job. Was comments coming in YouTube, Fred? By the way, they wanted to be in that truck.
I do have my dream job. It's what I've wanted to do since I was 4 years old. So I definitely have my dream job.
Yeah. You definitely have to be. You definitely, Fred, have to like what you're doing to be what you're doing, because it's,
it's definitely a hot seat.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot seat because you can have the best video quality in the world, but you ain't got any audio going through. You ain't hearing nothing. It's like, Dave, you're on mute. We pick on Dave all the time because he's on mute. Can you imagine Fred going, "Yeah, Fred, you're on mute"?
Yeah. No, it's actually worse. It's the other way, and Fox gets accused of this a lot. They can't hear the announcers. Too much crowd, because Fox likes to push that envelope, right? But a lot of times it's not. It's downline. It's the O&Os. Somebody's dropped an AGC across it or done something, and it's just raising that level to where, they're just destroying the signal. Or, in today's world, we have so many different flavors of digital, right? And so you're converting from here to there. Again, but going back to my friend Robert Scoville, who just did the Grammys or the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, talking about that AI feedback thing.
Yeah.
When he went into the Sphere with Kenny Chesney, he got to finally mix in immersive, right? But it's convex, not concave. So you can't really put a stereo image inside of a ball, right? Because you won't hear. You're so far away, first of all, that you'll be listening. If you're sitting on one side or the other, you'll be wondering why the guitar player is playing a different song because it's so far out of time.
Yeah, but the equipment in there is supposedly unreal, Fred.
It is unreal, but he had to use all flavors of digital. So it comes out of his board as Maddie, gets converted to Dante. Dante gets converted into AES 67. That goes over to the Lao desk and gets converted to Milan before it goes up to the speaker systems. So you're going through 4 different technologies of digital audio before it comes out of the speakers. It's insane.
So the main PA is Milan.
It's Milan.
Running with the Lao, and then they're just allowing semi-pun there, allowing you to hook up to the Lao, and then the Lao is going to the Milan, and all the speakers are Milan.
I believe that the whole reason the allow is there is the conversion process, because it's basically, all the phasers just set at unity gain, because you're coming in with however 64 channels, right?
Yeah.
So you can't think of a traditional stereo mix. I mean, it's Robert's gonna, if anybody knows Robert Scoville, that somewhere soon he's gonna start the lab back up again, and he's gonna start talking about immersive mixing. He doesn't work for Avid anymore, by the way. He's at EAW now.
Nice.
So yeah, try to wrap your head around coming up with a mix and you don't have a mix bus. You're basically taking groups of instruments and things and putting them onto channels and then assigning them into not only this way, but this way or this way. Where do you want that immersive thing to show up?
Yeah, because
and do it inside of a space that's as big as that. And you got all these timing issues because audio is slow. Audio is super slow, and just look at the timing issues you have in like a big corporate ballroom. Now go into someplace like the Sphere where you got probably a football field and a half. So
yeah, Robert, if you're not familiar with the Sphere, take a look on YouTube. It's a massive building.
I've had a look at it.
Yeah, and again, so Kenny Chesney, he was there for what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I think it was 6 weeks. I was there. I was there
Okay.
opening night. I think the Eagles are back in there right now because they're probably they were right in after U2. U2 broke the building
Backstreet's in there right now. Backstreet Boys.
Oh, Backstreet Boys back in there. Okay, I know the Eagles was back in there after I missed the Wizard of Oz. I really wanted to go see the Wizard of Oz in the Sphere. I mean, that just had to be incredible. They completely remastered it. They AI'd out what's her name's vocal and voice, and completely just redid it. I mean, I just could imagine what that's like in that venue. But I know the Eagles went back a second time because I believe they wanted to make a DVD. They were shooting a DVD, and there's the rumor that I had heard. I don't know whether it's true or not.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So okay. Yeah. Hershey Bar, welcome. I see you. And then you took away your message. If you want to ask it again, Hershey, go ahead. Hershey, and Giles, you're talking about you tried the D feedback that is built into vMix 29. And he wasn't sure if that was actually going to work with his hardware. Chances are, it depends on, for vMix 29, as far as I know, they have sort of come up with a D feedback scenario. And it is going to be using the graphic card. So, because again, the AI is going to need it. So again, That is my thought. So it is extra processing that's going to happen on your NVIDIA graphics card. Hershey, Zoom. Hershey says Zoom has a feature called, I think, something to do with live music something. Have you experimented? Live music something.
I have not. It was originally called Original Sound for Musicians, but the last time I looked at the audio thing, there was a new one in there, and I told a friend of mine about it. That basically you could you could jam with your friends somewhere else live, and somehow it was in sync. I have no idea how they figured it out, but now I think you have 5 options in Zoom. You have normal, you have then you have the 3 different versions of noise reduction, high, medium, and low, I think it is. And then original sound for musicians. And then there's a new, then you have stereo, which because Zoom's generally mono, because it's one voice. And then there's a new one. I forget. If you look in your settings, Michael, you might be able to see what he's talking about. Just go to the bottom and click on the little stereo thing.
Yeah, I think Frank's got the answer for us. Frank, go for it.
Yeah, it's called high performance audio. It reduces the latency, but there's a limit to the amount of participants who can use it. I think it's 3 or 4. It's a small amount of people anyways.
Yeah, it's just, but I mean, like if you just want to jam with your friends somewhere, you're in Las Vegas and you have a friend in Poland,
sure,
and you can jam together. It's pretty cool.
Yep. Anyways, it's called high performance audio.
Yeah,
I have not used it, but I told my friend about it when I saw it come up in whatever the version was about beginning of the summer. I think they came out with that.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But again, Zoom is basically pawning it off, saying, you know what you're doing. You've got all the cards now. It's wide open. If it sounds like poop, it's going to be poop. So use it wisely and appropriately,
right.
And make sure that you've got the gear to do it, and just don't think that a regular sound card and a laptop that cost you a couple $100 is going to necessarily get you high performance.
If you have specialized audio needs, I would recommend a Zoom Rooms license. They support Dante out of the box, plus a bunch of other things that regular Zoom doesn't do.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Okay, actually, I got a bit of an update here too from Giles. He says, he's told me that it's not. I know that Martin has actually been contemplating adding a de-feedback, effect, shall we call it plugin? But he's saying it's not built into vMix using the de-feedback you were talking about. Okay, so Giles is actually listening to Fred and actually bought it already. All right.
I was wondering why would you use a de-feedback in vMix? Because you're just talking about, like here in Zoom, it's just one people talking into one microphone. We're not in a live venue situation. I don't know why would it be built into
I've seen
vMix?
people use vMix in a hybrid situation. They're live streaming and they're mixing for iMag in the room.
Yeah, that
makes
sense.
sense. So you're saying that in the live room,
they need they got to get rid of the feedback somehow, right?
I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I've only used vMix in a closed loop situation. I've never used it in a live situation.
Right. So there you go.
We do a lot of corporate AV type things where you've got the in venue people and then you've got the people online watching, right?
And then you have the comms channel or the back lounge or whatever they call it, the green room or whatever it is. Yeah, it's getting more and more sophisticated. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Giles is actually saying, he says, I do use vMix hybrid with live audio in the room. I think it would be best done outside of vMix really, but as it is it's a VST3 plugin. I thought it might try it. So it actually is a VST plugin, which vMix does accept. So that's why Giles, always the experimenter, Giles. That's what we used to do back in the world of live streaming days.
Well, that's what this place is all about. That's why it's called the Zoom Test Kitchen. You're throwing up stuff and testing it.
That's it. Yeah, and then Hershey Bar, as I call it, Hershey, saying, fantastic. Now, Mike, please show me how to use a drum. Let's test this out for real. And of course, that's Hershey picking on me because I'm a drummer. So he wants me to try this out now. Putting me on the spot. Thanks, Hershey.
Nice.
Um,
Well, at least you don't have a ceiling fan going above your head and looking like the propeller head guy. 'Cause I have one of my. If you go back and look at Thinking Out Loud with Friends or whatever it's called these days, the guy on Wednesday, one of the guys lives in Los Angeles. He's got the ceiling fan, and yesterday it wasn't going, and somebody said, "Hey, your propeller's not on."
Too funny. Too funny. No, good one, Hershid. We'll see. That's all I'm committing to right now. Because heaven forbid I
You
blow
should get a
everybody's
jam
mind.
going with David. That's what you should do. You should get a jam going with David. Is he still around? Did he drop off already?
David. Yeah, David. Yeah, finished at. Yeah, usually finishes around 5 o'clock because he has to leave. But
Oh.
yeah, no, I don't have all my mics and everything set up. And I would need a Fred of some sort to make sure I'm mixed properly. If we really wanted to do this properly, but no, I'm kidding. When it comes to the whole scenario of I can't be the audio guy and the drummer at the same time. So there you go.
Sure you can. Come on, put on a pair of headphones.
Wait a minute, hold on. Drop. I got to play with that. Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah, exactly. Cool. So, all right. All right. If there's any other questions, we got Fred here. So if you got any audio questions, by all means, let me know in chat. And Mr. Frank is still here too as well. If you got any Zoom questions, let us know in chat. And if we don't have any soon, I will be nice enough to let everybody go and have their weekend early. So let us know in YouTube chat. YouTube chat. That's right. So it's only one game this weekend, Fred?
Yeah, I only do one game a week. So I'm on. This is what I think I said. This is week 12. So I got 2 more. Usually it's because I don't know why they changed the schedule. I used to only get 13 weeks, but this year I got 14. I don't know how that happened, but September 1st to December 1st is basically it's 3 months.
And every weekend.
Every weekend. This is my first. We've been really lucky this year, though. This is my first sort of cold weekend. It was only like 40 degrees when I walked out of the front of the building this morning, as opposed to your kind of cold.
Our kind of cold.
Yeah, you're kind of cold.
What are we officially, Frank? I think we're around the Cincinnati official temperature right now.
I don't know. It's a nice snowy day here.
Yes, there's no snow here.
No, yeah. Since he doesn't. Well, since he had snow.
They had snow, and they're going to have snow in a few days. But while I'm here, we got very lucky.
Yeah. Oh, it's always good to have football in the snow. Come on.
I've never been here before, and it was not supposed to rain today. And while I was out putting my microphones up on the goalposts, I got rained on. I was not happy.
Okay. And Giles is giving us more feedback, and this is feedback for Fred too. He's saying, looks like the deep feedback requires a Focusrite audio interface, so it is looking for the Focusrite.
Yeah, I saw that. Why can't it use another DI or another? Why does it have to be Focusrite?
Get on the website and ask them. Maybe it's something that's certified. Maybe it's the least latent interface that they were able to find. I don't know.
Yeah, or they're selling hardware, so maybe they're getting a cut. But it doesn't seem like it should have to rely on just one particular brand of interface.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that as well.
Okay,
maybe it's a bundle or something.
Yeah, probably.
Buy a new Focusrite and get a discount.
Yeah. So
they make good stuff. I gotta say,
I don't like their low end stuff. Their mid to higher range stuff isn't bad, but the low end stuff, I don't like it.
So Frank, you're talking about their rack mountable stuff, right?
Well, once you get out of the cheap Scarlett range.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The Scarlett range
the Scarlett stuff. Those little throwdown boxes, right? The little
12-volt
powered things.
The 2-port guys, 3-port guys. Yeah. 4-port, 4/8. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I think Frank is more talking about the actual. When you get up to like the 16s, the 1Us.
Yeah, you get one at professional something. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. And Frank is switching cameras like crazy because he's going to show us some. I swear.
Oh, nice.
Another brand that I'm seeing popping out of the woodwork too, Fred, is MOTU.
Yeah.
Motu.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
right there.
he's got one.
Frank,
Yeah, they've
you
been
being happy with that?
They've been
Yeah,
around forever.
it's just I just have a small one. I mean, they make bigger stuff, but yeah. I find it a little more compatible with the Mac operating system. But you know, I'm not saying Focusrite doesn't make any good gear. It's just some of the lower end stuff I wasn't super thrilled with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
Motu stuff's been around since the 80s or something, right? I mean, they've been around for a long time.
They have a long history.
Yeah.
And a bonus point to anyone who can tell me what Motu stands for without looking it up on the internet.
That I could not tell you.
Mark of the Unicorn.
What?
Mark of the Unicorn.
Interesting.
Okay, is that some reference to Dungeons and Dragons? What?
I don't know the etymology of that idiom, but yeah, it stands for Mark of the Unicorn.
Always a hidden motive behind acronyms all the time.
No modem. I have no hidden modem.
You don't have no hidden modem?
No hidden modem.
No Motu modem even?
No.
As long as it's not a 56K Motu modem, I will be fine. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and Hershey is showing off because he's happy with his SSL interface. Yes, we know. Yeah.
Hey,
Fred's nodding, Hershey. So that, yeah. He knows the solid state logics. Yeah.
Well, we just got two. Well, I got a new one. It's at my son's at ASU downtown Phoenix, where we do Suns Live pre-half and post-game shows. I just got a new SSL desk, the System T300. Really interesting.
Did Arnold Schwarzenegger bring it to you?
No, they actually bought two of them because they what they're doing is they're trying to take the plant 2110. So we brought a 2110 router, and then they bought a Sony switcher that does 2110, and then they bought EDS that does 2110.
Oh yeah,
and
if you're gonna go 2110, you should make the whole plant 2110.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. So the last thing they got to do is upgrade the cameras. But right now the cameras are still a little latent, so I'm having to build delays in for those. But yeah, it's a great sounding desk. I mean, every SSL desk I've ever mixed on is a great sounding desk. But
I think the biggest desk I've been on is 48 channels.
I had
and I used about 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest SSL I've been on is probably 48 or 56. I would like to hear the new Orion, or it starts with an O, whatever the new one is. It's really pretty.
You know we like our audio when he says it looks really pretty. That's when you like audio. When the chassis looks pretty.
Well, when you're desk,
that's when you like audio.
You sit in front of this desk,
every industry is like that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a mechanic. My new car hoist is so pretty. Like it just depends what you do for a living.
Until it gets all greasy and grimy, and then yuck.
I'm seeing something about Oracle.
Oracle, that's what it is.
Not to be confused against the Oracle brand, too, by the way. That's
correct.
Way to go, SSL. On that one. Oracle, future analog, it says.
Yeah.
Back to analog? Let's go back to analog.
Oh.
Well, at least it's not the Sony. What was the Sony Oxford, I think it was? Oh, my God. A digitally controlled analog desk that took 18 minutes to start up. When you push the go button, it took 18 minutes for it to pass audio.
Yeah, you can go for a smoke, get a coffee. It's awesome.
Oh my God. Could you imagine this desk going down in the middle of the show?
Rebooting? That would be. You'd have to have 2 of them, one in standby mode.
No. I mixed 2 shows on that desk, and I was scared to death. I was like, and we were on a generator, and I'm like, oh, please don't go down. Please don't go down. Oh.
You didn't buy the gear?
Well, no. It was being a freelancer, you walk into whatever shows up for the day, and
walk into the madness, and hopefully all the channels are working.
Exactly.
And always have a USB key with all the backups of your profiles.
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
Oh,
can't do that?
No.
Not allowed?
No, says Fred. Oh,
Not
okay.
allowed?
No.
That would suck.
You can't do that in digital.
Why not?
Because nobody integrates the trucks exactly the same.
I just meant for the particular board So
for the particular board, yes.
let's say
Yeah.
let's say in the middle of the week someone does basketball and they set the board up differently. You show up and you want to recall your presets and everything. Like you don't want to have to program it all again, right?
As long as you're dealing with the same desk, I completely
Yeah.
agree
I mean,
with
at the
you.
same
That's
venue.
what it's for. But I can't do that as a
No,
freelancer.
I get that. I meant, what if you came back and somebody erased your? I'm sure it's got
happened.
stores, right?
It's
But someone
happened.
could, yeah. So you want to have a USB stick with a backup of all that.
Yeah, I probably should have, but I wasn't that smart.
So you had to rebuild everything, Fred?
Just rebuild it, and you got 5 hours. Go. It's just like walking into a truck you've never been into before. What's the difference? Just makes your day a little longer. You don't get to go to lunch.
Fair.
But yeah, that's the biggest problem with digital and being in the digital, and having to. I mean, like I said, the corporate gigs are, you have your SD5 or whatever it is. If it's going to be the same one every time, sure, take your file and take
That's
it
the
with
same
you.
thing on the switcher, right?
Sometimes. Again, switchers are this. Everybody, every TD, switches
Likes
differently.
it different,
everything.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you want your own profile.
You want your own profiles. You want your own memories. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. I was really SSL. Matter of fact, talking about SSL, the C100, I think it was. Brand new digital desk comes out. Was it the C100? Or was it the MT series? I forget what it
Never
was.
used
Anyway,
any of them, so couldn't tell you.
I don't know. I remember what it is, but whatever it was, you saved your stuff on a Geek Stick.
Mm-hmm. A Geek
It's
Stick.
only good for that desk because everything was based on the serial number of the fader in the frame.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I went to SSL at NAB and I go, what? I can buy $200,000 desks, set them side by side, hook them up exactly the same, build a show on this desk, and not be able to load it in that desk over there? What were you guys thinking?
Did you get an answer?
They said, yeah. Well, no, they didn't. They never actually answered me, but that's the way it was. I mean, it was like the backup was good for your desk, period. End of story. Yeah, that was a big faux pas. They I don't think that series went very far. A few people bought them, but man, they think they shot themselves in the foot on that one because yeah, you can't. What's the point of having a backup? Especially if it's not flexible.
Can you remote into your desk and control it from somewhere else?
I believe the engineers can, yes. I can't, but
okay.
The people. As a matter of fact, I think I saw somebody from CalRec remote into my desk today because I had an issue this morning. All of a sudden, I wasn't getting any analog. What was it? In this truck, for some reason, everything gets converted to MADI. And I was trying to check an interrupt from Los Angeles via phone line. So I had brought a phone line into a Telos, took the Telos into the desk, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not seeing it. So I took analog tone and I patched it to the desk, and I'm not seeing that. So I had to go back and Carl, he came in and he's like, well, yeah, here it is. I can hear it on the MADI wooler, and look, we can look at okay, it's in MADI, it's coming out of the router. Yeah, okay. And he goes over and there was a broken coax cable. Somehow something nipped a coax cable, and like, oh, we put a new end on it, plugged it in, boop, boop. Okay, works now.
Yeah, there's Fred going back to Fred and Frank talking about 1K tones again. Mr. Drinkwater, you've been a very quiet man today. It's all good as he puts his headphones on.
I feel very insignificant with this esteemed colleagues we have.
Tell me about your background. What is your background? Is that
That's
like Hogwarts?
It's a really cool background.
I don't actually know. It just came off my list.
No, it's nice anyways.
Thank you.
I'd like to be there.
Yeah.
So I just drive to a university campus and there's a big room and I have to record the audio and the video and sort it all out. And the venue can't even get their TVs working. Yeah. I'm really at another level.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Gotta run. Have a good one.
Take care, Frank.
All right. Good to see you guys.
So
Yeah.
so was your event good this week, John?
Yeah, pretty good. I can't get the speakers to use the equipment properly.
Mm.
So I mean, I know this is the microphone, all right? I know it's an air freshener, but they would be talking to it like that. And the lady said, "Why isn't this microphone working?" And I just walked up and go, "Oh, I think it's working fine." And of course, it comes through the speakers, and she can't even speak into a microphone, right? No. So what hope do I have? And there was another speaker who was doing this all the time. And then of course his audio is disappearing because he's not talking into the microphone.
That's a problem.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I think next year I may just use not a headset mic like this, but those little. I'll be using a headset type microphone setup. I think for him next year because I'm just fed up, and we get terrible echo because in 50 to 150, 200 seat type rooms, you just get terrible room noise and
Well,
echo.
it's because you're trying to get so much gain in there to be able to hear the person because they don't know how to talk into the microphone.
Yeah. And then somebody asked a question in the audience, and my colleague, who is a little bit older than me, but not much, is dashing across with a microphone. And by the time she gets to them, they've already asked the question. And then
because nobody's they're not patient. It happens all the time. Trust me. it's just.
Yeah, I actually think now that video's hard. Sorry, audio is the hardest thing of all to do.
Thank you. Somebody actually recognizes it because we don't. We have to be Kreskin. We have to be able to figure it out before they know what they want.
Yeah,
and it's tough sometimes.
And you can get away with being a little bit late on an image and swapping a camera for one speaker to another, but you can't. Of their sentence, you've blown it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. And that, again, for a lot of our YouTube audience as well, you've got to have that mic live.
And I take four audio sources out of the room when I do this event because we do it once a year in this room. So at least I know the room. But we've been doing it this is our 4th year, and this is the first time they actually use the built-in speakers that shoot down from inside the room. So every time we go I know what the building looks like. Every year we go there, some AV idiot has sold them some other piece of technology. So we got there this time, and the new technology was I think they were probably 50 quid versions. Little AV transmitters, so they could send the signal all of 6 meters, 8 yards for those who don't know it, across the room from one TV to the other, so the TVs could duplicate each other. But none of them, and there were 3 of them there, none of them could actually get these two TVs to work in sync.
No, because
I'm sorry.
because of the wireless, it made itself go out of sync.
Oh my goodness!
And they couldn't get the cables to work. And this is for the first time this year, 4th year, they opened up. Well, I'm going to tell you it's a hole in the wall because I'm pretty sure it was a hole in the wall because it wasn't there last year. And when you open this hole in the wall, you could actually hear what was going on in the ladies' bathroom because that was the other side of the partition. And inside there was a very cheap mixer, but it was actually connected to the speakers built into the room. And as I said, in 4 years, that's the first time they actually had audio in the speakers. Other times they've turned up, they've rolled in a speaker on a trolley and given us microphones. So we had 2 microphones connected to this thing in the wall, but the talent, otherwise known as the speakers, just couldn't even use a handheld microphone properly.
Mm-hmm.
So
been there, done that for many years.
Here, just to play devil's advocate, did anybody ever show them how to do it?
Yeah, I did. Because she said, this microphone's not on. And I walked her up and I said, look, yes, it is. So I did actually show her in front of everybody.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Before she went on stage, you need to have a confab before the event starts and say, when you get on stage, hold the microphone at your chin, put it right here.
Fred, do you think they really? Next thing, I'll be actually having to tell them what button to press on PowerPoint to make it go from one slide to the next.
I'm just saying. I'm just playing
I
devil's
totally agree with you.
I'm
But
just
this
playing
group
devil's
of
out.
people,
It's like the damn people with their PowerPoint presentations, right? They tell people you go to this big corporate events and they tell them you got to have your stuff in 24 hours before the event. And then
Yep.
the guy walks onto the stage. He's some suit that's in charge of the place, and he's got to change in his PowerPoint presentation. And the poor graphics girl has got to fix this thing because he's going to walk on the stage in 25 seconds.
I got a phone call that morning saying that one of the presenters is going to do an automated animation of a heart beating. Brilliant. Sounds great. Bad news is that means he's got to bring his Mac. So I've now got to plug a Mac into the thing. So
Right.
I actually took my 8M ISO and then just took all the laptop signals into the ISO so I could record it there. And then I sent it on to the TVs. It didn't work.
And
Good
did,
job,
They
did
hadn't
you,
said that.
and did you have to have sound with it?
No, because what I do is I picked up a reference sound. So I had 4 sounds. So I picked up sound from my camera, which records in 5.1. So that's quite good for background sound. So I got sound there. I've got the sound on the microphone they've got in their hand. I had a couple of little microphones hidden in the room, one on the stand and one by me. So I had 2 other references of sound.
No, I
And
was
then
asking about sound for the video. So when the heart was beating, you could hear it doing its thing.
no, unfortunately
Okay.
not. No.
No,
I'm
not
thinking of animating
unfortunately.
it afterwards.
Not unfortunately, it's fortunately, because those are things that those are those last minute things that they'll walk into and go, yeah, I've got this
Yeah.
thing I want to play. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's got audio. Well, I don't have an audio interface. What do you mean? It's FM.
And that's why I hate going on site, because if I have a problem here and something doesn't work, I can, well, actually I can't now. I've got to go to my 40-foot container, but at least it's within 5 minutes of me. Yeah. So yeah, I hate doing. I'm in awe of you guys, and I'm
Yeah.
actually doubly in awe of you because we have on our trading estate about 5 minutes down the road. We have one of the specialist companies that makes the trailers and the trucks. And I was lucky that, it's about 10 years ago now, but about 10 years ago when they wanted to go on the web, they asked me to go and do all the website stuff for them, which of course meant I got to see all their toys and all the stuff they were building and the trucks while they were still building them. That was quite amazing. They do a lot of the F1. These guys have got contracts with many of the F1 teams. They do a lot of the F1 artics that go to places and, yeah, as you say, extend out and all those things. So
I loved going over to Europe in the 90s and looking and seeing the difference between what you call an OB van and what we call a broadcast truck. And they were fascinating to me. Double blowouts, that just so that the trailer becomes triple wide, you can't and just so much room. There was one trailer, I mean, had a talent green room built into the back of it in a 65-foot trailer and still was able to have a full production with 10 slow-mo places and the audio room and it was incredible. But of course, then there was they get away with height. They don't have the height restrictions, I believe, that we have in the U.S. We're at 13. We have a 13.6 restriction. Where there they can do double stack buses, so you get an upper layer. Because I remember I did a show, one of my Tyson shows I did in one of their trucks, and I was upstairs in audio.
yeah, if you watch F1 and you watch the paddock in F1 and you've got all these big hospitality things, they're all made out of trucks.
Oh yeah,
that just extend out sideways and upwards, and they're about 3 stories high. So yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And then to see those things going down the road, you're like, how did they not tip over?
Yeah. So the height restriction, Fred, as far as I know, is because of bridges, right?
Correct. That's why the height
our,
restrictions in the U.S. is because of bridges.
And Canada, and yeah. So our same thing here too.
And the other
we had 2 height restrictions.
The other restriction we have, I'm not sure if they have it in the UK, is You generally in 49 of the states you can only pull doubles. In Utah, you can pull triples. I don't know why you can do triples in Utah, but maybe they don't have bridges. Maybe they've got big turnaround spaces. I don't know, but everywhere in 49 states, I know you can only pull doubles.
And again, just for everybody on YouTube, what Fred means by that is 2 tractor trailers. So one
Nope.
big,
one tractor trailer and 2 trailers. One tractor and 2 trailers.
one big tractor that's pulling 2 trailers. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Because again, in Fred's situation, where Fred would use that is the back portion would be the one that he showed us today, but the front one might be where they are bringing the power, and that's
No.
That wouldn't be the satellite truck on the front.
You wouldn't do that in a broadcast situation. These are strictly cargo trucks. I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay.
no, mobile units are only singles. No, they're already 80,000 pounds. You can't, and that's the limit. So yeah, you wouldn't have a double in a production.
Okay, yeah,
There's
because I knew
involved.
about I've seen a lot of the FedEx guys and the UPS guys driving with the doubles. So I was wondering.
That's cargo. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I didn't know. Again, up in Canada we don't. But I didn't know if it was. I didn't know if you're going broadcast or not broadcast when you said the double. But again, as far as double being double, they could still be technically double. But again, the broadcast trucks are so much heavier than regular cargo is already because just the amount of gear that's inside them.
Exactly. Yeah. So you would never do a double with a broadcast truck, but I found it interesting the few times I've gone to Salt Lake City or gone up to there to Utah and you see a triple going down the freeway and you're like, how did that guy back that thing up?
Right. And that's most of the problem in the broadcast world too, is that where they have to shove your guys' broadcast trucks are into interesting things, including Fred making the comment today that he's on the unlevel ground and your chair was moving on you as you were sitting there.
I was going to say, it's too bad I didn't walk out and actually show you the compound because my production manager, she's sitting at her keyboard typing and she'd have to pull herself back. And she's sitting at her keyboard typing and she'd have to pull herself back because the truck's not level.
And they got it as level as they could, Fred.
As
right?
level as they could, right? I mean, it's up on blocks. They're doing everything they can do to get it up and try to get it level. But some places, yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. So Johnny, you survived. You made it through this week with that event.
I had the confidence to send the invoice about 2 hours ago, so that's always. I never send the invoice until I'm sure it's not going to get argued with.
Right. Good answer. Very good answer.
Very good answer.
Yeah, very, very good answer.
But the room they had there has got pretty bad echo and room noise, but it's acceptable echo and room noise way I process it. And I did find that if I tried to use these tools to over process the room noise, I think they were using AI to understand what was being said, because the first words that got distorted were all the medical terms.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Maybe next year somebody will invest in this AI feedback thing and you'll have a perfect show.
Or maybe I'll just get the headsets working welded to
their
faces.
That would be the other thing. Yeah, just get some headsets.
Yeah, but they won't be on here, so they won't know. But one of my groups has decided. Well, one of my groups is not doing so well for membership. They need to cut costs, so they are going to do their next event with an iPhone.
Oh boy!
And they want me to edit the iPhone footage and put it on the site for them. And I have that conversation to be had next week.
Well, they shoot feature-length movies on an iPhone these days, so you never know.
I can't. But the camera may look good.
That's what I'm saying.
But we'll have to see what the audio sounds like.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Somebody's just texting me, asking me if I'm going to dinner with them. So there must have been a. There must have been a text that said that we were supposed to meet somewhere at 6 o'clock. So I gotta go.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy that.
Have a good day.
Take care, Fred. Always good seeing you. Good luck this weekend, buddy.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye, Fred.
All right. Where's the leave? There it is.
There's that leave button. As Fred found that leave button for everybody. So, Mr. John, you survived. That's good. That's good. I was concerned.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's actually quite surprising if you're doing a lot of in your own studio stuff most of the time. It's quite frightening when you have to leave and go 3 hours up the motorway, and what you don't take with you
is it fair to say the word vulnerable comes up?
Yeah. Yeah. I will probably have 2 or 3 ways of getting everything. So
Right. And again, that's why even when I speak on Lord, when we do our Lord Zoom live lounge, and I also speak here on Zoom Test Kitchen, from my experience, I've been in vulnerable situations where I've been put. One example was for whatever reason, needed an adapter to bring in audio last minute from a laptop that I didn't happen to bring that cable, or I couldn't find it in the cable of the multiple road boxes that I ended up bringing. And I ended up finding out that it wasn't my fault, but the supplier that I actually told had forgotten. And he said, "Oh, my crap, I forgot to bring that cable." I went, "Okay." Even though I double checked and triple checked with them. But
I can't bring a TV.
Right.
So I have to accept the TV on the wall I'm going to need to plug into. And I know it's HDMI. So I'm going to make sure I've got my HDMI lead. Oh, by the way, they had an HDMI lead, and the group before me had bent it. So it wasn't detecting properly when you plugged it in.
Mm-hmm.
But I will.
But that was definitely a smart idea. I know you didn't ask me, but I definitely would have told you to bring either your
I like to have
mini or something.
I like to have everything. I like to have everything. When they have as they did today this time, when they say, "Oh, we've got the audio," you've got no idea what audio they've got. You don't have got no idea how you're going to plug your audio into their audio.
Right.
You've got no idea of how good their audio is going to be. Is it just going to be the microphone for the speaker, or are we going to have a roving mic? What's going to happen to room noise, etc.?
Right.
It is yeah, it's scary. It's frighteningly scary, really.
Yeah. And again, it should not be. Yep.
She had another meeting because these guys who are running who just haven't got the numbers and they're trying to work out to cut costs.
Right.
It reminded us we had another group who have got a venue with 2 or 3 PTZ cameras hanging off the wall in each room. And she had to give the money back to all the members who wanted the recording because the guys actually failed to record it completely. So they had all their PTZ cameras, and the meeting went on, and the speakers spoke, and the PTZ cameras looked at them. And when everybody got home, there was no recording. Still have no. I wasn't physically there. Still have no idea why the recording wasn't made, who didn't record it, but somebody didn't.
Right.
And so she had to give back the money to all the members that didn't see the recording. And of course, her credibility for that group goes down, doesn't it? Because you get blamed for it.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. You're only as good as the terminology in the production world is you're only as good as your last gig.
Yeah. And when I got home, I was getting these, and I was getting my SD cut where the SD unit, and I was pulling out all my 4 recordings and pulling them all into the machine and then playing all 4 of them to see if they all work, and then I can relax, and then you choose which of your recordings you're going to use, which looks best. But I think that's probably a good reason why hybrid just isn't working.
It again, it depends on the hybrid could work. It depends on if you're used to being in the studio and all of a sudden you think that you can do it the same thing from taking that studio knowledge and taking that to a venue, you will be in such problems that you won't even understand. It'll freak you right out. You've got to understand that you're better off to actually know more about how to do an event at a venue, a large venue, and be able to downscale that, as I've done here, even in our studio here, to downscale that to, one mic, one little swatcher, one little bit of this, couple of cameras, and we're done. Compared to having the experience like Fred and I have, where we've done, it's not abnormal for me to be switching 8, 10, 12, 15, 16 cameras in a large video switcher, because it gives me that opportunity to be able to have the coverage of everything that I need to see at all times, right?
Yeah,
That's
but at
why
the corporate level,
Yeah.
and the business presentation level, if you're doing it on Zoom, I know I can't be heard, because as soon as I open my mouth, you can't hear me. So the audio problem is pretty much resolved, because if my microphone's on, you can't hear me. You can't hear me. I know the screen share is working, so I know I'm going to record the screen, because again, if you can't see the screen share wasn't working. So it's actually a much more controlled environment, and that's fine. And then you go to the other extreme, where you're on stage, and if the audience can hear you, then as far as you're concerned, that's fine. Even though a lot of venues, they probably can hear 70% of your voice without the amplification at all, because in 50, 150 type seat venues where you've got tables, you probably don't need that much amplification to get to the room, because if it's a decent room, and you speak in a normal voice, you can pretty much be heard for the small group sitting around tables. So your perception of needing to be heard through a microphone disappears, because you find the audience can hear you even when you're not using a microphone. And so the two different versions work fine. But when you try and combine them, that's when it all falls on its head. And I think that's the very simple reason why those types of hybrid things don't work.
Yeah.
Because they've only got two cameras, and they're needing you to speak into the microphone. And your perception is, if everybody in the audience can hear me, you don't think about the online audience if you're doing a PowerPoint presentation. And these people were doing, I mean, if it had been on the microphone had been on a lectern, sorry, free advertising for a air freshener now. If the microphone's on the lectern, the people were turning around to the screen behind them, and they were pointing to the screen behind them, which again looks fine for the audience in the room, but it makes a mockery of what you're trying to record for the online people. And of course, I was just recording it for watching after the event. So really, there's 4 stages, isn't there? There's one extreme of Zoom, just on Zoom. You've got the other extreme of in the room, only in the room. And then the two options you've got in the middle is recording it for later, which is what I was doing. Although actually, I was running Zoom, and I was recording it in Zoom, and I was running it through Zoom, because that venue's got really good internet. I mean, they've literally got giga. It's part of a university campus, so they've got giga internet. And we've always wanted to know if it'd be possible to run it live with Zoom at that particular venue. So I actually did run a Zoom meeting live in the venue, just to show to myself it could be done. And I did cloud recording to show it could be done. Well, that's one level, but then the next level, of course, is as you say, is hybrid, when you're not only recording it live, but you're then actually sending it out to some audience through Zoom. So the Zoom people are staying it live, and in a way, actually, that's better, because the biggest problem you have when you're recording a hybrid event is if you're in the room, you need to have, and I've got some now. You need noise cancelling headset, because you need to be able to listen to the feed that's happening. Because I mean, I'm not in a truck separately. I'm stuck in the same room as the speakers. So for me to be able to then experience what the online audience is going to hear and see is actually a lot harder when I'm sitting in the room and I can see them in front of me and I can hear them in front of me, and I got all the room noise. So I got some noise cancelling microphone headphones, so I could turn off the room noise and actually concentrate on what can the audience hear at the moment? Because the last thing you want is people coming back to the audience and saying, I can't hear it, or sometimes it gets distorted. And it's funny. It's not funny. It's something I really only noticed this year. And I should have mentioned it when our experts were here. If you have room noise echoes and you're in the room, you can put up with much higher degree of echo and room noise than when you record it. Because when you're in the room, your brain will actually take what it's hearing from your ears, and it can differentiate between Mike speaking and the echo of Mike speaking bouncing off that wall. And your brain will process that. But when you flatten it all down into a recording through a microphone, it's a lot harder for a brain to differentiate between those two sound sources, because you haven't got that 3D environment, have you, from your head that can then process, listen into that voice and cancel out that noise that's happening there.
Correct. And that's why Fred gets paid, as we say, that's why Fred gets paid the big bucks, because of the fact that he has to be that person that has to make sure that it sounds like you're physically at that arena at that particular point for the event. And you're hearing that person screaming from your ear behind you in the right, or behind you in the left, or whatever visual that comes across. And again, even for Hershey, and I know Hershey, you're watching or listening at least to us as well, is that, again, when it comes to audio placement, especially for the blind or the sight impaired, this is huge, because again, it will actually cause them orientation issues, because it doesn't make any sense that this noise is coming from this out of this speaker or that speaker, that we're forcing the noise to come down. And it can be, as compared to being at a physical location as compared to being remote. So so when Fred and his crew at Fox specifically this weekend are mixing the game, they're taking a lot of time and effort in getting that mix just right, so that it actually sounds like you're in the best seat in the house at that arena watching the amazing football game that being commentated, and you're just so lucky that you actually get a couple of people that are sports experts that are commentating as well, because that's what you're actually missing if you're physically in the arena, because you're not going to hear the commentators all the time going, oh, look at that play, or anything like that, right? So that's where the add-on comes from watching TV. Go ahead, John.
And my camera that I'm using is quite old now. It's an old Casio. It's prosumer level handycam type camera, but it's definitely good enough for these venues. But one of the nice things about it, it does have a built-in 5.1 surround sound on the top, so I get all the channels. I get the left, the right, the forward, the back channel. So if I want to build the environment, the room noise and the echoes, and if I want to pick up somebody who's spoken from the middle of the room, that 5.1 surround sound is really useful to me, because I can then choose whichever audio I want to bring in from the different direction to get me somebody's speech. So that quite often gets me out of problems, whereas all the other microphones are point sounds. I've got that sitting in the middle of the room, and it gives me all the ambient sounds from all the directions. So that's quite neat as well.
Yeah, and that is also very important too for when we do hybrid events, especially in a church environment. If you want to hear people from the congregation actually singing back as certain hymns or certain prayers are being done and such, that you want those amens to come across. You want to make sure that you're actually adding that into the live stream / Zoom mix, but not, if Fred was mixing for the front of house for the room, he doesn't need that in there. So do you have to bring special microphones and know that you should be bringing special microphones to bring in that audience participation, clapping, the whole 9 yards? Yes. And again, that's why in a studio environment, when it's just you're not taking that into consideration, because you're hearing everything around you in the studio as is. Go ahead, John.
And when I did the recording for Zoom, I did it as original sound, because I knew that I might want to pull in the clapping and the applause and the comments and all those background noises, which if I'd left Zoom on normal mode, shall we say, it will have ignored all those. And also, if the speaker had moved too far away from the microphone, again, Zoom might have said, "Oh, your background noise sound," and would have closed it down. So when I was capturing the audio, even from Zoom, I turned off and I went for original sound so that I could pick up everything, because at least if you've got it, you can get rid of it and not the other way around.
Right. Yes. Very important. What John just said. If you've got it, you can get rid of it. But if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. And
Which is why I
that's so
came back
important.
with 3 different recordings and 4 different audios, and that was my small setup, which is even more scary.
Yeah, yeah.
But-
And our buddy Hershey is saying conditioning. Yes, definitely conditioning. You got to condition the audio properly to make sure that the audience that you're performing or you're expecting to listen to you gets the proper vibe, shall we call it, for lack of a better word, of what your event is and what you want to make sure that comes across. Because there's a lot of, even especially in the corporate AV world, that the audio can come across really, really dry. And if you don't understand that you should be using compressor limiter gates as an example. But when to use each one of them is as well as important, because in John's scenario where he had the echo, it would have been nice to eliminate the echo going into the microphone at the audio mixer board for the stream, not necessarily for the venue. And understand that there's a difference there.
Yeah, and that's a difficult thing to do in small venues, because in small venues, you often have the situation, which I think I've already said, where the venue's too small that they have to speak through the microphone. The venue's small enough that they can be heard if they don't speak through the microphone. And so they're only going to have, their perception is only going to be for the audience. So they're not going to concentrate on speaking through the microphone to get the speakers to boost their signal, because the venue is only 4 or 5 tables with 8 people around it. And they only need to get to those people. So they're only needing to speak 10, 15 yards at most.
Yeah.
30, 40 feet, maybe.
Right.
That's as big as the room is. And you can speak across 30 feet and be heard. And the people in the audience asking questions will feel that they can speak 20, 30 feet back to the presenter and ask their questions. But of course, how do you collect the audio then for the recording or for distribution? The answer is you're in poo-poo land.
Right. Right. So the infamous answer is, and this is something that I've done for years in different scenarios, all the way from corporate, all the way to concerts, all the way to sports, all the way to church, is mic everything. Just like John said, at least you have everything. And if you don't need something, then you don't need it. You could always get rid of it. But heaven forbid be in a situation where, as John lifts up his wireless goes.
This wireless go recording was never used.
Right.
But it was taken.
Right. And it was taken on purpose too. Right. Just in case John ran into the situation where he might have had a podium microphone that might have worked in the local venue, but that means John didn't have nothing going back to the live stream then, or the Zoom or his recording. Right. So then he would have quickly just at least put that on the person that was speaking, so that he had his own audio back from that person speaking. That's why you try not to duplicate microphones. You can, but it just looks awful in my opinion. And you'll see it a lot of times at press conferences where all of a sudden you'll see 20 microphones on the podium. And that's because of the fact that somebody didn't decide to bring a special, what we call a community box in the audio world, or a press box, where it is one microphone in from the podium, but it has 10, 15, 20 outputs. And all these outputs are all usually 9 times out of 10, either line level, definitely line level, if not mic level, your choice, and are either I'll say it in imperial, 1/4 inch or XLR, or as Johnny will help me with the conversion to the 1/4 inch. I guess in the UK they still call it 1/4 inch.
Yeah,
John?
we do. We do.
Yeah.
We don't
Still
talk
using
about
the
them in
imperial?
meetings.
Yeah, yeah, right. So yeah, so again, you'll have those type of combination jacks, and what they will do there is they will actually plug that into their cameras, and that's how, they will just plug in there, and then everybody gets their own audio control of how much volume they actually want of the microphone to come into their stuff to work with their system. So, but it just shows you that how important it is to get the audio in, even in a press conference. Can you imagine the press conference where the camera, he was using the microphone on top of the camera and he had the full room, and all he was picking up was the audio from the 2 speakers that were for the actual reporters in the room, for them to actually hear what they're saying? It becomes a mess. And I've seen it too, where people will put their microphones and put them on top of the speaker too. That's not great either. You will guaranteed get something, but you also guaranteed get an inferior quality of audio. And Hershey was actually asking, so Lord Zoom, what kind of headset or microphone would you have a talent wear then? I think if Hershey and John were looking earlier, you saw Frank. That was the one that Fred would definitely suggest.
Yeah, I got 2 sets of Rode Pro, and you can plug in the little microphones looking exactly the same as the ones that Frank was showing off. So you can plug those into these guys. So there's a microphone built into the Rode, but you can plug in an external microphone. So I would use this, and then I would plug a headset microphone in.
Yeah,
The only
and
catch
again,
is that you can only take one wireless signal into a Rodecaster Pro a pod thingy 2. You only take one of them, and these ones I believe you can only have 2 sets in a room. I think 3 sets is not allowed. So we can have 2 of these talking to a master, and another 2 of these talking to a master. So I can run 4 of these into masters, but I've then got to plug the master into my audio board. If I use the Rode soundboard, it'll only take 1 wireless signal in, which is really naughty. You'd think they'd at least take 2, but it only takes 1. And I've just had the update, and I checked the update, and it doesn't allow more. Yeah. So that's the way I would do it. So I would have 4 of these set up. And you can also, I could go upstairs and get it for you. There's also a stick, like a microphone stick, that you can plug this into, so it looks like a microphone. And you put a sock on top of it. So you can also have it as a roving mic, but that would then mean that I can only have 3 speakers. But I usually have 3 speakers and a chairperson. So I would need 4 headsets to run for them.
Yeah.
And then I've got the health and safety things. So what do I do with a headset once it's been used? How do I disinfect that and before I can use it for the next person? Which is another interesting question. Yeah.
So my normal go-to was 2 podium mics, 2 wireless mics.
I'd have podium mics as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 podium mics for me. Usually at minimum, I would need an actual 6 XLR mixer. So 2 of them would be for podium, and that would be wired. 2 of them would be for wireless mics, similar to John's, but again, I would be using more the UHF ones versus the 2.4 or the 5 gigahertz, again, that are sharing Wi-Fi signals in the building. I would actually go UHF. And I would also do 2 handhelds, again, usually 9 times out of 10. For the 2 handhelds, they would be in the crowd for the questions. So that handheld microphone can be ushered around by 2 people or passed around to the next person that wants to talk, depending on the venue. Or again, it could be just put onto a microphone stand where people have to go up to that microphone stand, which is the ideal. So you could actually have a camera shot of the microphone stand all the time ready when that person wants to ask a question. Go, John.
The other issue I have with these is if you have them clipped on like that and then 2 speakers stand and talk to each other, they talk into each other's microphone.
Right.
So a headset with a directional microphone is a much better idea, because
Yeah, and
otherwise
those, of course, instead of putting them up on your shirt, you would actually put them on your belt.
Yeah.
Using the belt back. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Scott Hancock, hello, Scott. To capture original sound in the recording, is it not necessary to record locally?
no,
No.
whether you make the decision about what sound you're collecting, I was recording locally. No, I was recording to the cloud because I didn't want to have to sit there and wait for the laptop to process the audio. So I was actually recording directly to the cloud.
Right. So you did not need to. So again, he was saying, is it not
And that was my
necessary to
backup.
record locally? The answer is no.
No, that was actually my backup. So the whatever was plugged in on the auditorium, on the desk, whether it was my laptop or this person's Mac, was USBing into my ATEM. My ATEM was recording because you can plug a U7 into the back of it, a Samsung drive, and then that would go onto the TV. But I also had my laptop plugged into that ATEM as a virtual webcam, because that way I collected what was coming. I collected what was going, which was going to was collected and going to the TV, and it will also collect any sound. And that was then, I was just using Zoom because I wanted to try Zoom. I could have used another audio capture device, capture program, but I used Zoom because I wanted to try Zoom at the same time. And I sent that Zoom straight to the cloud so that the processing would be done in the cloud and I wouldn't have to worry about it running on the laptop. But I could have recorded it locally, I suppose. But then I would have had that problem of worry, shall we say, of cancelling the conversion that Zoom does at the end of the meeting to get out of the venue, or
Right.
And then the worry of, oh, if I cancel it, I might break it, because it has been known to break if you cancel it in the middle of conversion.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's one of those scenarios where you're doing teardown, and if you are recording locally, you've now got to wait for that to now all download to your local machine before shutting your internet portion off and that PC off. At minimum, you could probably disconnect everything else, but at that particular point, those would be your two last things that you'd have to wait for sure. And make sure that you do not disturb the internet connection as it's doing that last portion, when it's doing that conversion, to bring it down either, because it will break.
And there was two other things I thought we should mention.
Okay.
Which I don't think had been mentioned today. And one of them, I can't find it now. But I believe, was there not some new technology? And it might have been Blackmagic related, for capturing remote cameras for the TV and production industry.
There was a mention of it. Trying to remember which trade show that Blackmagic was coming out with it soon, quote unquote. And John's got me wondering about that. And keep talking, Johnny, and I will go.
Well, while we're looking for that, the other issue was there's been quite a few announcements on the teleprompter front, with the XL prompter from Elgato.
Yeah.
And newer, I think they're doing an offer, reduced offer for their smaller one. And I think Elgato is offering the XL, and you can buy a video stick, I think, at the same time as a bundle.
Yes, one of their Camlink.
Their Camlink 4K.
Yep.
Although I take 4K with a pinch of salt when they say that, because they're patched. I mean, it is £100, and it's not bad. It's not a bad little device.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. You've got me shopping here on Blackmagic website, and I saw something that actually, I saw something that actually might be interesting. What's that?
No sponsor link. Sorry.
No sponsor link. Sorry. Yeah. So So this actually might come in handy for Tony Mobley if you're still watching and you've got some budget. I'm going to show this. It's scaring me that I'm going to show this, but I'm going to show it anyway. Oh, we're getting scared here over in the Zoom test kitchen. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, teleprompter.
So there it
Excel.
is. So John, what do you think of that?
Well, I'm going to throw the gauntlet down to Zoom and saying, Zoom, if you want to keep this marketplace, you better start looking at what's going on here.
Yeah, so this actually is, they're calling it the Blackmagic Camera Pro Dock. And there you go. So you can see the multiple hard drives and such.
Yeah, this whole sector, I can't think of what to call it, so I'm just going to say this whole sector is really blowing up now. It's going to be interesting the way people start using all this tech now.
Yeah, so here's the unit here. So yes, you need at least an iPhone 17.
Yeah.
Or iPhone 17 Pro Max.
You need the Pro or the Pro Max really to be able to do it, because if you don't have a Pro Max, then I don't think that iPhone compatible connection thing on the left hand side, I think you lose functionality and quality if you don't have the Pro Max.
Right. But very interesting that we were talking about, because Tony was actually contemplating using the Blackmagic iPhone app, and that obviously depends on the type of iPhone you have. So of course this one also depends on the type of iPhone you have as well, but it at least gives you an example of how you can actually get a phone into the pro world.
Yeah. I think Blackmagic is very much targeting the roving news reporter, either pro, amateur, or broadcast.
Yeah, correct.
And there is a Blackmagic cloud version of the switcher effectively on the way.
Yeah, I think this is what Johnny, I think this is what you're actually talking about here, that they were talking about that it was going to start, but I think they actually might have launched this finally.
Well, I did see, I can't find one now, but I did see people referring to it in YouTube videos.
Yeah, okay. Because what the Blackmagic Cloud has been up to at this point has been more for editing purposes, but they were bringing up the Blackmagic Cloud portion for doing live switching too.
Yeah, which is a lot more powerful when you talk about remote people, reporters in the broadcast industry and stuff like that, who can then connect straight into the cloud and bring the content in. That's why I was saying it's going to be interesting to see what Zoom does back, because this effectively could push Zoom out of that space. If the people can get the cameras into the mixers and they don't need Zoom in the middle.
Right. And again, it's also going to be good too, though. But if you want to come back into Zoom, of course, you know, coming out of the ATEM back into the Zoom is what is always good as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
And
again,
if you're in
what
a
I've been doing.
studio, you're not going to send it all to the cloud if you're in the studio, because you're not going to want to have all that bandwidth sending it all up to the cloud to bring it back down again. It's much better to have a physical box in your building that's doing the conversions. But if you're a remote and you're collecting your content remotely, and these mobile phones are now getting good enough to compete with the low-end cameras. Quite often when you see these roving reporters doing these, I won't say budget, yes I will, these budget type programs where they're, you know, consumer based. The guy, and they're doing run and gun type content to, you know, to capture some scammer or something like that. They're not using broadcast cameras, they're using pro level video cameras. Because if they use broadcast cameras, they never get them in their cars that they're dashing around in. So they're using smaller cameras, and those smaller cameras then, if they then send that through the cloud, that's very neat. But you don't need, you need a professional camera, but you know, let's face it, a top of the range iPhone is as expensive as a professional camera.
It's getting there. Yeah, absolutely. And Hershey, our good old Hershey bar, reminded me of something that actually did come out this week, John. And I know you've been busy, but take a look at this. This is the baby.
I was disappointed in that and also shocked.
All right. So this is
I
the
was disappointed because I don't think it's that clever. I don't think it's that good. But I was also shocked. If you look at the price difference between that and its big brother.
Yes.
And for a lot of users, the features that have disappeared are the pro level ones they wouldn't even know about. Not
all of them. Not all of them.
That is. Well, the difference is what I'm trying to say is the difference between that and the big one makes me wonder how I could justify now. You know, if I was going to my shareholder or my mum, and I was saying, look, you can have this one, mum, for 500 quid, but I want these two little extra features, and it's 1,500.
Right.
I would find it difficult to justify buying the bigger one because on the face of it, the specs between the two is actually really minimal.
Right.
I mean, they're big features, but it is really minimal.
Yeah.
If you're a 2-camera, 3-camera type setup, that is a good buy. And
yeah, so this is the original again. So just to make sure that everybody understands, so I'll show the back because this is the important stuff. Is that so we're
so you've got
physical
some recording
and
and you've got some
out
connections and you've got a couple of the audio. I think you don't have the extra audio for line out. I think is not in the smaller one.
Right. So yeah. So what I'm going to do
you've got
is
scenes. So it must be it must be, as far as I'm concerned, one of the cheapest or least expensive, shall we say, devices now that has the ability to do scenes at that price.
Right. So here's going to be the best. So for everybody to see here. So I'm again, the biggest, of course, besides the fact that yes, we're losing buttons. So let me do it this way. So yes, this is
there are videos on YouTube comparing the two for those people that want to look into it in more detail.
Yeah. And again, so you're going from that to that, and you're going to that now from this. So this is the biggest thing for us.
HDMI and SDI inputs.
No.
For those.
No. Yes. No, they're all HDMI.
No, sorry. I don't mean SDI the physical. I mean the virtual and NDI. NDI connection.
Yeah, they both have NDI in them. Yeah. The big and the small both have NDIs for Ethernet.
You can't have any more inputs, but you've got a better selection than just a standard Blackmagic, which all you've got is the HDMI or the SDI.
Right, and of course, if you are like many of us that are concerned about the 3.5 millimeter input of the A10 Mini Pro, then yes, but again, you are losing that one extra input, right? There's only 3 inputs on this unit.
Yeah.
So again, you're going from 2 XLRs, and this is 2 XLRs, but so this is really meant for a 2-person podcast, where the big one is meant for a 4-person podcast. You could actually get away with it being 4, even though the left and the right is the left and the right. You could actually potentially, if you really wanted to, actually break this out into 4 individual headphones, as far as I remember. Don't hold me on that, but I believe that is the case. But you do see that you're automatically losing 2 of the 1/4-inch input or outputs compared to this unit.
You lose the line out in the smaller one. It's the line out that you lose. So you have the headphones out, but you lose the line out.
You're losing so again, you can't now. So if you're sending audio back to the room and you're doing the video switching and you need audio out of this unit, then you want the big one, where the small one, you lose that now. So the small one, I would say, would be more of a podcast studio / small studio that doesn't want to go the full route of doing a Rodecaster Pro the audio switcher as well, because you could also bring that in too to both of these units. But again, it depends on the flexibility that you want, right? And you only one output now versus two outputs here on the big one. And if you notice, we're only 4 USBs, not 5 USBs. See,
But I think the price is double. I mean, I'm just checking my UK prices here, and the UK prices look like the old one, the professional, seems to be discounted quite a bit at the moment. But the difference is the list price is one's double the other, and that's a big difference when you're talking of what, $500, $600, $600, £500. I think I've got it. I've seen it listed here. I'm just checking it up.
Yeah,
that's a big difference in price.
I
think it's very competitively priced, shall we say. Well done, Rode, pushing the market.
Yeah.
I do have a feeling that I don't want to be rude about them, but I don't think Blackmagic are really working hard to stay competitive in this particular price range at the very bottom. I don't think they are reacting to what other people are doing and fighting back as much.
Right. Yeah.
And you know, considering what they've got and the product range they've got, that's not a criticism of them. That's a strategic decision I would probably take as well. They're not going to fight for these lower range products, because although the Rode one has got a lot of marketing behind it, and Rode is getting a bit of a we'll give you one of everything types things, there are lots of other things like the OC Go Stream. I know that's another one which is, and there are other things from should we say the Asian world that are coming around. So it's getting quite competitive in there, and if Blackmagic don't want to compete with any more products in that range, then I think that's quite a reasonable thing to do. They've got their $1,000 price plus products.
Yeah. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands too that you cannot, it's only pre-order right now for the Video S. So
yeah,
if you need something for, I would say comfortably this way. If you're doing a lot of corporate gigs within the next month, don't rely on the Video S. And probably won't be the best choice for you either for the Video S if you are doing your corporate gig. The Video S would be okay to do for a corporate gig because you could potentially have 3 cameras plus a laptop hooked into the Rodecaster video. But again, it's borderline good for a corporate gig, but it's borderline bad because it depends on the expandability of, yes, you could always hook up another audio mixer to those 2 combo jacks, which are the port 1, port 2 that everybody sees there up on the screen of the audio. You could do that. But again, then you're starting to get into a different price point of the scalability of your event too. So it really depends on the limitations of your gear. And always very, very important that I always say this, and I've always told John this too, is that especially on Zoom Test Kitchen and the Zoom Lord Zoom Live Lounge, is that we make sure to tell everybody that make sure you know your gear, you know it inside out and backwards, because it is your gear. Like that Rodecaster video switcher, you make sure you know everything about it, because you will be, as John said before, tested live.
Yeah,
to make sure that you get everything to work.
There's a big difference now, I think, between the sub $1,000 products and the plus $1,000 products. I think the quality of what you can do and what they have is really big, and that's why I'm not surprised that Blackmagic isn't trying to bring out products in that range, because really their lower range products are starting to disappear, and they've got much more sophisticated and powerful products at a higher end. And frankly, it's good for the market that all these lower range products are coming in, because it's new entry level ways. I started off with the first ATEM, and then I got the next ATEM up, and now I've got the Pro ISO. Actually, I've got all 3 because they're so useful. I'm never going to get rid of them. And I don't think I could have justified to myself to have bought the $1,500 product first off. So I got a $500 product to start with. So the fact that Rhodes brought these out, and there will be some useful use cases for them, and it will get people interested. And I think you're right. Video podcast studio is a really good use case for that. They'll probably want you to use the Rode Podcaster Pro 2 as well.
Yeah, they can on both units.
And it's no consequence, is it, that those jack plugs are there, because that would be an easy way to connect those two devices together.
Right. They're actually doing it through USB-C, actually. So it's even you don't even have to you could actually use those two audio inputs for microphones as well. So thanks for that, Harshit. Hopefully that answered some of your questions that you might have on the Rodecaster Video S. John and I like it, but it depends on the world that you've been in. Would I switch getting out of the Blackmagic world to go to the Rode world? I don't know. In John's case, John is sort of skirting both, because John already has their Rode audio gear, and he also has the ATEM gear. So now it's the scenario of, do I go all in with Rode, or do I just like Rode's audio stuff and I still make it work with my ATEM? So that's where
I am still waiting for a decent offer from Blackmagic to go to the 4K. So that will be my next product will be a 4K switcher. But at the moment, fortunately for my bank balance, I don't need one.
That's right. All right. So Johnny, let's tie a bow in this. And anything else that they should know about going on this coming week?
The only other thing is, and it isn't directly Test Kitchen, but the AI world is interesting now that it's affecting RAM prices and component prices. So PCs have started to get more expensive again. And that's not directly going to affect what we're doing in the world of Zoom, but it would certainly affect anybody who's thinking about getting a new PC or wondering if they need a new graphics card so they can do more fancy graphics with their computers. I'm certainly going to keep with the hardware I've got for now and wait until the new year and see how prices settle down. There's a
That's
lot
fair.
of, there's a lot of weirdness going on in that world at the moment.
That's
So
very
I'll just
fair.
have to run everything on what I've got now.
All right. Very cool. All right. So it's that time of the show where we wrap this up, and it's time for everybody to sing karaoke. Enjoy.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen, where the magic happens. Live every Friday
Live.
we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late.
no wreck. All right, no wreck it is. Thanks everyone for joining us this week on the Zoom Test Kitchen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know how much you love our content. And the more likes we get, the more Zoomies might show up to the show. So definitely make sure to like and subscribe to our channel. We're here every Friday from 3 p.m. Eastern on to about 7 p.m. Eastern. We're 4 hours today, John. Look at that, eh? And we're usually here at the start time 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. Pacific. See everyone next week for another rendition of the Zoom Test Kitchen to see what we will break when it comes to Zoom. Take care, everybody on YouTube.